I will call to order the April 4th, 2024 budget meeting of the Tolland Town Council to order. The first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance and then a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So item number 4 is consideration of the town's council's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget. I thought we would perhaps open discussion this evening by sharing what our thoughts might be and where we'd like to see the mill rate. Anybody want to start? I'm happy to. Nobody. Okay. After listening to lots of community input, looking at lots of numbers, think I'd like to say, find a way to get the mill rate to 3%. That's what I was thinking. What about you?
The mill rate to be? Yeah. So I'm looking more at a spending increase. All right, that's kind of the number I'm looking at. And I'd like to see the spending increase about 3%.
So a mill rate increase of 3%?
No, a mill rate increase of 3% because uses of funds and things like that.
What does that make the mill rate increase then, a spending increase of 3%?
I have to go check my notes about discussions.
Okay, wait, go ahead.
I can just share one thing.
I think he's gonna find it.
Okay.
Yeah, Lisa, you want to go ahead?
Well, no, the only thing was with the 3% that you were saying of a mill rate increase, the spending increase would be a 4.14 overall. Just, I had that number available, but
That is one way to look at it.
I'm just,
That is
That's
one
all.
way to calculate to that number. Yes, I think there are other ways, but
absolutely.
yes, that is one way.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry, Katie, I just gotta look for it. So I'll get back to you.
No rush. You can find it. We'll wait for you.
We got time.
Yeah, just ask a question.
Sure.
Well, we take a little bit of a different approach and ask what we would like to see in the budget.
Actually, Jacob has the floor, so we're gonna finish with Jacob and then we'll,
So I just said,
Yeah.
I had a question.
I apologize, I forgot to put it in my notes here, but that would mean I was planning on talking about more of the spending increase, so I'd like to yield the floor unless you'd like to talk about the spending increase in each category.
I think we can keep going around the room.
Mhm.
Does anyone else want to talk about a mill rate increase? Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, for me, why it's important to think about the mill rate anyways, just because obviously we need to be mindful of what our overall budget spending increase is gonna be, but
Thank you.
the impact on our taxpayers is what's, that's gonna be what's felt most by everyone, and that's sort of forefront in my mind, so I agree, somewhere in the 3% range, that would be, I think that would be best. At least still be able to fund the town, but not hurt anyone's wallets too much.
Agree.
Alex, do you want to go next?
I agree with Chris.
Anyone else?
First, I'm happy to see that we're kind of all in the ballpark. Tonight, I was kind of concerned that, we would be here all night. Which I don't think we will be, which is good. And I agree, I think, right around the 3% ballpark seems like a pretty good number. And when I thought about it myself, I kind of looked at the history of the mill rate increases we've had, over the years. And it's been up and down, but one thing we haven't seen is multiple years of 3, 4, 5% increases. Just, the town just doesn't have the appetite for it. And understandably so, considering the mix of people in town. So even if we go with a 3% increase, we're looking at a 3-year budget period, that's still, close to 10% over 3 years, which seems like a lot. And it is a lot for some people, but, I think considering, what we have to fund in this thing, it seems like a relatively reasonable number to look at.
Jen?
So I think I'd have to agree with all of you as well. I think that, we've been kind of dealing with that number, the mill rate being the concern, the percentage of that being the concern in the overall discussion. So looking at it holistically, I think 3% is a good compromise as far as, obviously things have gone up in price, but yet something that won't break the bank necessarily for everybody. I wish we could take everyone's individual situations into consideration, but it's impossible. But if you think about overall, I think I would have to agree, 3% is, I think, a good area to end up in.
So you might have gone, yeah, would you like to go?
Yeah, I would agree with my, everybody, I've obviously listened to everyone, and 3% is a good number. But honestly, I wouldn't mind a little higher. Not much higher, but I'm willing to, like I said earlier, I would like to actually hear what people would like to see in the budget before making this type of decision, because I don't know what that number's gonna come when we have all the ideas, so I think it's.
Did you want to go second time?
Yeah, no, and I do apologize, I didn't have that number on yet, but I'll just say, ideally for me, I'd like to see it a little bit lower. I think just looking historically at some of the mill rate increases that have passed over the year from a percentage standpoint, mind you, this historical average has been lower. So I do have concerns about passing referendum. I think that's a very real concern. We don't want to have a budget that goes out multiple times. But as far as, my ideal position versus, what I think we could get a majority vote on, I could get behind the 3%. With the caveat that I think it's, like what you were saying, Colleen, it's how we get to that 3% is very important. So we can have a good conversation about that tonight.
Sure. Do you want to start talking about how you want to get there, Jacob?
Sure. Again, we have some notes up on that. So I'll just preface this by saying I want to thank Lisa for answering all my questions over the past few days. She's been working overtime, so I do want to give her credit because
Very well.
I'm trying to
All
work
of
on
you.
come off of that, yeah. But I think at the end of the day, we gotta be careful with how we use our funds. And I don't want to I don't want to make large withdrawals from our funds that could put us in a bad situation, especially with ratings. What the terminology is, but they're looking at our bond rating again this year. So that's certainly something we want to keep in mind as we go through this process. So with that, I would propose I'll go line by line what I think I'd like to see for the town board and debt service and capital. A town budget of 14,114,908.
Jacob, just as clarification, did you say 114 or 144?
114.
114.
Yeah. A Board of Education budget of, 44,320,000.
Point,
Yep,
clarification on that, not 114, but 114.
yeah, one,
Not 114.
oh, okay.
That would be huge.
Oh, yeah, let's go like a 300%.
Yeah. So-
Maybe I'll
Here, why don't
say
we
it one more
start
time.
Okay. All right, town government, 14,114,908. Yeah. And then Board of Education, or actually, can I just back up and get for town government, because there are a couple of changes with line items I'd like to make in that number.
Sure.
Okay, so I'd like the spending in that line to be reduced by 50,000. But then I'd like to add back in funding for sergeant, 5,000 for EMTs, additional $500 to senior programming budget. I'm also open to having a discussion about a public works laborer, but we'll just start with that for now. For Board of Education, I'd like to see a total budget number of $44,320,148, or a $750,000 decrease from the current. No change to the debt service number as proposed by town manager Foley, and no change to the capital number. And then the one use of fund, I guess, I'd like to consider is maybe increasing our use of the tax stabilization fund. I'm uncomfortable going too close to the max limit for what the ordinance says, but I'd be comfortable maybe increasing our usage from the 78,000 that was proposed to 178,000. I believe that would work out to about 3.3% tax rate increase. Again, if I did my math right. Are you on board? Yep.
That's not my problem, let's go. Would anyone else like to go?
I could just add to what Jacob said.
Sure, go ahead.
Just in agreement of the latter part, what he was explaining, I think, being able to support our seniors more and having something that I thought was eventually gonna come across our table, for increasing public safety is something that I'm definitely interested in, as well as backing some, additionals for EMS and, public safety in that realm of the town as well, so.
Can I ask a question? Jacob, did you include the increased funding for the senior center in that? I know I heard you say, yeah, EMTs, the sergeant, was there
$500 for programs.
$500 for programming?
Right.
Do it, yeah, increase their programming budget.
Okay, but not to take the part-time
Right.
admin to.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's something that I do think I would like to consider. You know, we've had a lot of, residents reach out about it. They're clearly, their programs have grown exponentially over the last few years, so it's definitely something that I would like to consider.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
all right, so yes, thank you, Lisa. You definitely asked for a lot of different scenarios all over the place, because my mind is clearly not even close to, made up. So back to the funds, I guess, for the Board of Ed, I wouldn't mind moving, that 650 over to the debt side, right? Is that correct, Lisa? Okay, because I keep.
Just as you're saying as the manager proposed,
As the manager.
right, because there's some that came out of the town as well.
Right, so the original proposed 650 over, to the town, to the towns, basically. I'm okay with that. Some of the ones, I'll just say some of the ones I asked Lisa, to be honest. Again, I have not made up my mind on any of these, but these are the ones I did ask her for. So, if you don't mind, Katie, if I just go through all 6 scenarios that I put out there to Lisa, just have to go through one by one.
Sure.
I thought I just thought that final one.
Absolutely.
Great. So, yeah. Okay. Let me go to this trend analysis. Okay, so this one's too high. First one for me, but it's a 4.21 overall, and that was
Is that a mill rate increase or like overall? spend?
overall,
The
like
spending or no?
4.21, I thought that was the overall.
Over to the right on that
Yeah.
spreadsheet is the overall expenditure. At the bottom
Is the,
is the tax
Oh.
increase.
okay, so this one's too high, but anyways, I'll say what it is. 5.17, that included, using 178,000 from the municipal stabilization fund, to help cover some of the capital, I think you put, Lisa, for me, use an additional 100,000 from the fund balance. Add a senior center employee, increase the hours, you said it was roughly $14,924. 5,000 for ambulance stipends, that's professional line in the ambulance category, and the $500 for programming, I think is huge, as we heard. It's jumping over there, which is great. And this one happened to reduce the Board of Education budget by $250,000. That's the first one.
I'm sorry, Colleen, there were a lot of different parts there.
Yep.
I'm wondering if we could maybe just start at the top.
Sure.
What did you want to change the town government line to?
Well, the town government line, where's that Lisa on here?
It's, if you go to your last part of it, you'll see it says town operating budget.
On the second tab or third tab?
Can I? You have the spreadsheets up?
Yep.
This, you're in the right tab. How do you make it go down? Right. Here, this number here, this is last year, or the year we're in now. That's the number with whatever these adjustments are
So
over
these
to
are
the right.
ones.
That's what she's asking for.
So
So
that-
that's a 421 tax increase and a 517 overall spending for that particular scenario.
Yep, I see. Yeah, okay. So town operating budget, thank you, Lisa, $14,139. But $14,139,832.
Can you say it again? Sorry, 14?
14,
Yep.
139,812. That's a town operating budget of 4.41%. The education operation budget is a 4.26.
Can you read the dollar number?
Yep, I'm going to.
Okay, thank you.
44,821,148. So 44,821,148. The debt service was, you want that, Katie, too?
Does it stay at 55.36 billion, 37 million?
It drops to 4.30 because we're using some of the funds,
Okay, can you tell me that number too?
right? Is that what it says, debt service?
Debt service, the number should be 5376489.
Oh, I see it, 14.39%.
Right.
Yeah, maybe I should make my screen bigger.
Okay. So $5,376,489.
Yes.
Okay.
Capital improvement fund was $397,395 with a 24.40%. That's all you really want.
Point of information about that, you said 397,000 for capital. This is that the proposed increase in the town manager's budget.
Must be, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
39739.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay. And then can you talk about you mentioned something about fund balance and,
yeah, so it was increase it, because originally it was $78,000, so increase it by another $100,000, so that's $178,000. And for all these scenarios, just so you know, using 178,000, just to make sure.
Tax stabilization. fund.
Yes, tax stabilization.
so no fund balance, just tax stabilization?
And use additional 100,000 from fund balance,
So what's the total on that line?
total $270,000.
Okay. And the town manager's total on that line is 378,000. So you dropped it by.
No.
No. That's how you have it written on this, okay.
She's looking for the total field revenue then. So we'll want to go up here to revenues.
Point of information,
Yes.
did we all get the multiple options or we did not?
No, because I think it's still-
Okay,
Brian.
Yeah, actually, that is a good question. When one counselor requests something, our rules of procedure require all of us to get it through the through the town chair and vice chair. So I think I'm gonna call a pause here on this meeting. Town Manager Foley,
Yes.
could you please supply us with the same information that was supplied to Counselor Yudichak? So that we all have the same information?
Yeah, if you want, I can go do that. Does that include all of any emails you have all sent to us?
Yeah, I haven't
Anything
gotten,
that
I haven't
wasn't,
gotten a lot.
all
either.
emails should be coming through, per our rules of procedure, all emails from any council member should be copied to Jacob and I. And then when you reply, you of course copy Jacob and I on every single reply. Yes, that's our rules of procedure.
Last year, we did different scenarios for different people, and that's not how we did it. I'm happy to provide you with that.
Yes, I'm very interested in seeing all of that.
Okay, Lisa, can you forward to any of those emails?
We'll,
That
we'll,
Jacob and.
we will stand at recess until that's ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just forward it to you.
Yeah, can we just do it now?
I think we'll just forward it if you want, unless you want to.
I could just send you all the scenarios, is that what you're asking?
And apparently their emails too. I'd like to, yes, we should all be able to see them all. So if you could send them and then we'll recess until we've had a chance to
Yeah, let me
review
go
them.
down and
Sure.
see what I have, because there was a number of different things.
Yep, we will stand in
Okay.
recess until all that information is here and we've had a chance to review them. Thank you.
thanks, Lisa.
Sure.
And I want a lot of things like that.
Okay.
Sorry, Lisa, it's not what we did last year, so.
Yes, you can pause the recording. We are standing at recess,
I don't know.
so we can,
Okay, whatever I have, I don't know if you.
we'll come back to order. Lisa, I'm hoping that, you can maybe put up on the screen. No.
Well, I can join the meeting from my office downstairs. And then I can pull up anything you want. I can do scenarios
Well,
on screen if you.
Do you want to tell us, can you talk without having Excel in front of you?
Depends on what your questions
Why?
are. I certainly can, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still looking only at the first file that you sent to us. And, the numbers on, grand list and revenues are different than the, Excel spreadsheet that was shared with all council members when the town manager's budget went up.
Okay, did we shared that trend analysis the first time when, with the managers, the 5.2% and all that? Or what's in the budget book? Probably. For the grand list. We're talking about the adjustments to the grand list and all that.
I guess I am looking at page 66 of our budget book,
Yep.
which is the general fund budget summary page.
Yep, okay, that spreadsheet. There's so many, I'm sorry.
Yep, so, of the scenarios that you emailed to us, I'm looking at, the file that's called 2025 Colleen 1 Reduce BOE 250K. And when I plug in the all out of order, hold on. When I plug in the town operating budget, the education operating budget, debt service, capital improvement, and get to a total expenditure of $64,734,864.
Is that what was in?
That's what's in the spreadsheet. The total revenue line is the same number.
It should be.
Yep, but when I think at the top of the page, I'm following all the formulas.
There is a difference, and that I can explain that when
Okay.
we're ready, but I'll let,
No, I mean, that's the problem,
Let
is
me-
that the
let me-
difference at the top of the
Sure.
page is different than the
Yep.
spreadsheet we got.
let me explain to you, first of all. With what was in the budget book, that would have been a 5.2% tax increase. We got better information, from the assessor, because the Board of Assessment Appeals is all done now. So a lot of the numbers that we used for reductions and assumptions in here were on the higher side, but now that we have more firm numbers because the BAA is complete and all that, it made, and this was something I would be discussing with you when you were ready. It made a better impact on the mill rate than what was presented originally, because those numbers got better. So this particular budget that the manager proposed, with these new adjustments that came to fruition, it brings his proposed tax increase of 5.04%. Right, 5.04% based on his original numbers, but because there's adjustments in the grand list that we do, there's certain assumptions that we put together. And on page 66, that was the starting one. Usually what we will do, we try to keep it through consistency, but because this had a significant change and an improvement, that was one of the things I was going to share with you, that it brought even his original budget down to a 5.04% tax increase versus the 5.2. Not a big difference, but it's a difference, significant enough so any scenario that I did, since I figured you'd be changing everything, I'd be discussing this with you, but any other scenario that you did, I used that new basis to put in whatever requests that Jacob had or Colleen. I used that basis for the grand list and put in whatever they requested in their scenarios.
Okay,
So there's
I-
extra, there's pluses and minuses that help.
Could I ask, sorry,
I'm gonna put us back into recess. Jacob and, Brian, could I please have a word with you?
Yeah.
We'll call, come back from recess. Since not everyone had the same information on the budget, I'd like you to walk us through it line by line, please, Lisa.
Sure. Are you talking about the grand list, walk you through line by line?
Any changes
Okay,
that are applicable to the budget, I think we all have a right to know what they are, as does the public.
sure. And let me just caveat all this. When I wasn't sure how you were going tonight, and I did not want to interrupt your thought process or anything else. My goal was when you were ready for me to run scenarios, I was going to explain to you that the grand list calculation was going to change. So, it's my bad that I was trying to put whatever anyone was asking for scenarios, I was trying to put the best thing forward that I thought would be, for a scenario that would be discussed in the future. So it wasn't like I was trying to hide anything or do anything, so I apologize for the confusion.
Well,
But I
that's why
can,
our rules and procedures are in place
yeah,
to
and
allow for every member of council to have the same information. And unfortunately, in this circumstance, that didn't happen. So I think we now need to get to a place
Absolutely.
where every member of council has the same information, and we can also share it with the public.
sure, absolutely. Colleen, there's a couple ways I could do this, because I don't have the grand list spreadsheet numbers in front of me that changed. I could either maybe borrow your laptop and look at one of those.
Oh, yeah,
If
sure.
you don't mind, and that way I can explain everything that changed, just to look at any one of the spreadsheets, because the grand list information, any one of those scenarios that I gave anybody will be the new numbers, and I can explain each and every one of them to you.
And I'm also, I don't know, Chair, if I can make a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
If you need to go to your office, Lisa, and do it that way,
As long as I have the numbers in front of me, that's fine. If and when you need, any sort of scenarios, I can go down to my office and share screen. I could log into here, share screen with all of you, and you could see anything, when you're ready for me to do that. So I'm just gonna pull up, this first spreadsheet here, Colleen. And, so if you go to page 66 of your budget books, all right? Let's start there as a comparison.
Wasn't ready for this, right?
When you're ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
Okay.
Everybody ready?
The grand list number that we start with, the net grand list from the assessor from his, grand list number is 1193011629. That number stayed the same. That's the same starting point in any scenario that I just did.
Can you say that number again?
Yes, it's 1193011629.
Okay.
Okay. Then you have the senior tax relief program of 7755900. Let me see. Oh, 74. Okay, so the elderly, we have the elderly program and the ordinance 60. Okay. Those numbers changed based on the application information that the assessor had that he shared with me. The grand total of those two numbers went down to 7455900, where it was 7755900 originally.
Now it's $7,455,900.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, so that made the grand list better because it's a lower number.
Right.
Okay. Then, certificates of occupancy, the new construction, that number stayed the same, 1,500,000. Okay,
Okay.
now crumbling,
What about corrections and assessment appeals?
okay, we're gonna get there.
Oh, okay.
Let me do crumbling foundations first, then I'll go back to the assessment appeals because
Sure.
some things got split out a little differently. In this book, we had estimated $140,000 reduction to the grand list for, foundations.
Yeah.
We didn't have any requests, so we brought that to zero.
Okay.
So again, that made it better.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the certificates of correction and, assessment appeals number. In here originally, okay, there was 5,508,000.
Yeah,
That number just on the real estate, that included, motor vehicle changes and everything, and historically, that's how we've just always put it in there to
Okay.
calculate it. What we did was, we broke out the changes for the motor vehicles. The assessor was able to get those numbers separate. And Colleen, I'm trying to make your thing bigger here.
Want me to help you?
Yes, please. So, let me just add these up. So that number of 5,508,000
Yeah,
is now 1,000,008 just for the real estate side of things, real estate and personal property. in terms
so
of-
1,008,000,
Yes,
okay,
but the. Okay, I'm trying to get over to the right so I can see the motor vehicles. Okay. Thank you. Of that original 5,508,000. 4 million of that has to do with motor vehicles. So we split it out so that the 4 million would show under the motor vehicle tax calculation number. And the 1,000,008, and there was still a change after all that, stayed under the real estate. So it just got everything where it should be going forward. So you have a
Okay.
new methodology. So that it's really, there's still a reduction in grand list numbers, but they're separated between motor vehicle and real estate separately.
so does that make the second to last line on page 66, which was formerly $194,891,000, $891,060.
It's now 1,000,000,
Yeah.
I mean, 190,891,060. It went down $4 million,
Okay,
okay? And that, in turn, when you calculate any of your scenarios that you're doing, is gonna in turn change the numbers in the revenue section based on the mill rates. That's at a 32.46 cap. And then whatever mill rate we calculate based on your different scenarios.
Lisa, so when I have those two, it's 5,000,008 instead
Right.
of 5,508,000. So
Right,
there's
because
another half
there
a
was,
million.
there were better numbers that the assessor was able to share with me, so we incorporated that in.
So that adjustment.
It
changed
wouldn't
by
be the, right,
$500,000.
yeah, he felt that 4 million was still good for the motor vehicles, and then. Oh, there we go. I figured out how to use your computer. All right, so that would then bring, when you go to the grand list for the top section, okay? The new subtotal after the adjustments, that where it was 1,181 on page 66
Mhm.
is now 1,186,047,729. And then at a 99% collection rate, how we calculate it, that the 1,169 now becomes 1,174,187,252, which made for a better situation regarding calculation of taxes.
Sorry, Lisa, where is it at the top? I'm just not seeing the,
it's at the bottom of the page.
oh, at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
oh, I got it, okay, thank
what
you.
I was saying was the 1,169
Yep,
number is now 1,174,187,252.
got it, thank you.
And that brings the town manager's proposed budget to a 5.05%
I have 5.04. Maybe it rounded differently how you did it, or how I did it, but I had 5.04 percent with the original proposed budget that he had.
So at this point, we have 10 additional files that were shared with town council tonight, plus a very detailed email that we're seeing for the first time as well. All of which some council members had available to them when they were considering the budget, but not all of us did. This is very disappointing.
Chair, yeah,
Yes,
can I make a question?
yes, go ahead.
When did we have the numbers this year? Like the
This
updated
week.
numbers? This
When
week?
I came back,
Okay,
at Tolland, Tuesday, I started working on that.
oh, okay, so Tuesday,
Mhm.
okay, thanks.
And I'm not sure if I'd have to go back to my emails if Jacob and Colleen, when they asked for different scenarios, if it was Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
When they got them. Was it Tuesday?
Yeah. Um. It means that the public, when the public hearing happened, didn't have the information.
At that time it did. What was given at the public hearing, we didn't have the numbers.
That's not true.
No, the email that you sent was Tuesday.
Public hearing was last Thursday.
No.
The public hearing was Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yes, because he went through with what he had proposed in the budget book.
yeah,
What normally happens in a budget process is that councils deliberate based on what they're looking to have as their revenues or expenditures. A lot of times, a mill rate is not calculated until the budget's all done. You know, historically, yes, this town has shown a mill rate all through the process, but that mill rate can change even after your budget is adopted if you should happen to get new revenue information. Most towns do it that way. Most towns don't spend a lot of time on the calculation of the mill rate until they're done deliberating the budget. This town has been a little different, and historically, we've never changed the grand list numbers at all until, actually, we haven't. We've just left it, and sometimes you end up with more revenue. Granted, I had better information. I was
thank you.
just trying to do the best I could to do what I felt
yeah,
might help.
yeah.
And, you know, I apologize if I should have never changed To show a better scenario, I should have just kept it apples to apples, and I can certainly
Thank
do
you.
whatever you need.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not comfortable setting a budget tonight. I've spent a significant amount of time looking at these numbers. We have received a lot of public input. And much of that public input is about the impact of a tax increase to our residents. We heard a number of times on Tuesday night about concerns for being able to afford a tax rate change, and to know that all the work that each one of us has done ahead of this meeting was not on a level playing field is incredibly disingenuous to me. And I think that if I had different information than any one of you had, you would probably share that same feeling. In addition, I'm very uncomfortable with the fact that we had a public hearing and are now going to be talking about numbers that are different.
You don't need to do that.
This,
You do not
I'm-
need to
I'm
do-
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'll explain. Sorry.
this is not how I am comfortable in a legislative body of my town. Brian, what's our timeline?
We're emailing the clerk as we're speaking, or texting.
Okay. It would be great to understand what our timeline is right now.
She responded.
I'm working on it.
I have a point of information I'd like to ask.
Sure.
So I understand you're not comfortable, but what if the rest of the town council's comfortable voting to? These numbers are budget numbers. The starting numbers are budget numbers, the ending numbers are budget numbers. None of these numbers are exact numbers. We know that. Things could change a week from now. We've got some revised revenue numbers, not significant. So who gives a shit? Let's
Oh,
just
I'm
keep-
sorry, Joe, please.
Can I say
please.
that?
Well, I mean,
Who cares?
yeah.
You
I mean, let's
can't,
just
you
vote.
can still move forward with the idea of, we're gonna talk about expenses. Revenue's gonna change a little bit. We know that. So why do we have to stop everything, tonight and not continue?
I have asked for a question of timeline at this point. That is the question that I have asked of the town manager. That
Okay,
is,
so I guess point of information, if you're not comfortable with it, can the rest of the town council still move forward? Is there a rule on that?
there is,
Yeah, I mean, we can't. keep
that,
making up rubber
excuse
stamps
me,
here.
it is, you do not have the floor. I am, free to express my discomfort. I have made no motion at this point to go in any direction at all. I have simply asked what our timeline is so that I can understand. And I would like to hear the answer to that question when it is available to us. No other decisions have been made or even proposed at this time.
We're not in recess.
We are not in recess.
Yeah, we're not in recess.
Waiting for an answer.
Should we call a recess?
No.
'Cause, no,
biggest issue is publishing the notice. That's the kicker for all of it.
We need to advertise the budget by April 10th. I'm looking at page 62 and 63, there's a time, I don't know. There's certain things you have to get to the newspaper.
Kathy's not answering, right?
Yeah, the timeline in here is April 10th, it has to be advertised, with the newspaper, that they need time in the manager's office to put that legal advertisement together. April 17th is the annual budget presentation. After that, there's time that it takes to put that together. And we have to get the charter that shows how much before that, April 17th meeting. I think the April 10th date is based around that. Also, for the referendum, there's advertisements you have to do, unless that was the advertisement of April 10th. Is that the one for the referendum? I'd have to get the charter. Maybe I can get into the charter here. Oh. The charter over there? Lisa, next to you.
I have a charter.
Oh, we got it. We got it. C910, C99.
Can I make a motion to continue the meeting? I understand that the information that you're discussing right now was supplemented Tuesday. The residents, I understand your, frustration. But they have that information in those numbers that we were just mentioning a few moments ago, correct?
What was your motion? I'm sorry.
To continue with the meeting tonight.
The meeting is ongoing, yes.
Okay, but in lieu of whatever we're waiting for now.
Yes, I asked a question. We're waiting for the answer.
Can I make a motion despite waiting that time to just continue with,
What's your motion?
to vote on the budget?
You're making a motion on the budget? Sure, go ahead, make the motion.
Can we continue to vote? And
Well, we have.
If you would like to make a motion on the budget, you have the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to continue and vote on the budgets that we were proposed to do tonight.
You would like to make a motion to vote on the town manager's proposed budget? Oh, I'm sorry, Alex has the floor. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm not like a pro here with Robert's rules. I'm asking to continue the meeting. We have a lot of people online. What I'm saying is that the information that we are talking about for currently, Lisa has described it, has been supplemented Tuesday. the public hearing that we had here was Tuesday. I understand your sentiments and your questions that are being asked. But as we're waiting here, I'm looking to continue the meeting. And so in layman's terms, as a carpenter, I don't know the entire book, and I'm sure you do.
So
The entire
Pointer,
book.
either he makes a motion, this is not
So-
up for comment. Do you have a motion to make?
Oh, I'm speaking. I'm trying to get my words
The-
out, but I
the
do not,
point of
I
order, the
Interrupts.
point of
I
order
do not
is
have a
in,
motion to make.
Okay, then
Apparently I'm
you
asking
have
a
to wait.
question. I'm allowed to ask a question though, correct?
you
To the chair.
can make a motion, you can raise a point of information, but you have to do it within the procedure, Alex.
Okay,
Point of information. The town didn't get the numbers on Tuesday, correct? The only people who got, as far as we know, it was Councilor Yudichak and Councilor Mary, right? Not the town.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I say something, or if you'd rather me not, I won't, but
Maybe we could just wait. Thank you.
What are we waiting for again?
For the timeline that I asked for on the budget process. There's something to report back.
Yeah, so, the nuance here, charter is pretty simple, but the nuance is getting ballots and absentee ballots ordered, printed in time. She would need that information, basically what our question is, by, April 11th, the morning of April 11th, it has to go out. So April 10th, she said, is the drop dead date.
so it's pretty much page 63 of the budget book with that timeline.
Can we have a public hearing on Monday?
That has to be published 7 days in advance.
Well, I'd like to make a motion for us to, hold a special meeting on Monday, April 8th, to set the town council budget. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Councilor Murray.
Yeah. So given what Lisa said, and I think to Joe's point, I think that's a relatively modest change up in the rate and also something that isn't entirely out of the ordinary for the town. As far as municipal budgeting goes, additionally, I know that changing the timeline is gonna put extra pressure upon our town staff. So I would like to at least see if we can get a proposal that has a majority of votes tonight, so I'm not in favor of this.
Counselor Murray.
I respect what you're saying, Counselor Mary, but I don't feel comfortable because we didn't all have the same information to work off of. I think we all know that what is most important to residents is, you know, amongst other things, what's gonna be the impact to their pocketbook. And so I think a lot of us have been working off of numbers that aren't what everyone was working off of. And so I don't feel comfortable moving forward, given that, that we didn't all have the same information and, but the public didn't either.
Any other discussion? Counselor Butler.
I agree with Council Moran. I think that there are several individuals who are downplaying what is actually happening tonight. That there is information that was given on Tuesday to a number of counselors, but not the rest. So it was given to 2 counselors, but not the chair and not the rest of the counselors. And nor was it given to the public. And I think no matter how small the impact is, no matter what information is different, I think that the bottom line is this is a matter of a transparency issue. We have the right as counselors to have the correct and accurate information when that information becomes available, not just a few counselors, but all the counselors. And I also believe that the public should have had this information because it was available to them prior to the public hearing. And tonight we're being told that Ms. Hancock wanted to present this information to all counselors, but was told by the town manager not to give it to anyone that was not asking for it. I feel very uncomfortable with that. And I feel very uncomfortable moving forward without having a chance to consider the information as it stands. So I would agree that I believe this calls for a special meeting.
Thank you. So any further discussion? I agree. I think without being transparent to the public and to each and every single one of us, a decision made tonight is making a decision tonight is the wrong thing to do. So I will call the roll. Counselor Buckler.
Aye.
Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Noonan.
Aye.
Counselor Say.
Aye.
Counselor Yudichak.
Nay.
Counselor Murray.
Nay.
I am an aye. That motion fails. I will make a motion to pass the town manager's budget as presented. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Nay.
The chair is in question. I will call the roll. Counselor Buckler.
Aye.
Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Noonan.
Nay.
Counselor Shay.
Nay.
Counselor Yudichak.
Nay.
Counselor Murray.
Nay.
I am a aye. That motion fails. I will make a motion to pass the town manager's budget in terms of appropriations for town government, Board of Ed, debt services, and general fund for capital, less non-tax services, using the municipal tax stabilization fund of $200,000 and the remainder from unassigned fund balance to bring us to a mill rate of 3.0%. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Counselor Noonan?
Oh, here. Can you explain that one?
Sure, the motion was to pass the town manager's budget for town government, Board of Ed,
Okay.
debt services, general fund as presented, less tax revenues as presented, less general fund, plus $200,000 for municipal tax stabilization, with the remainder from unassigned fund balance to bring us to a mill rate of 3%. That was the motion.
Are we gonna be including the specifics that we were talking about in the beginning of the meeting? Senior center, arbitrating for additional public safety in terms of a sergeant, some of these things that Councilor Moran was talking about, myself, we're talking about, the rest of the council. Is that included, is what I'm asking.
The motion was to pass the town manager's proposed budget.
Is that included?
The motion was to pass the town manager's approved, proposed budget for spending. So whatever's in the town manager's budget in terms of, the senior center or
Okay,
public
thank you.
safety is what the motion
Thank
in
you.
front of us was.
Thank you.
Council Murray?
I just want to make sure I understand. So are you saying that past spending plus fund, tax stabilization fund, just one other thing, but then make up whatever the difference is with unassigned fund balance to get to a 3% mill rate increase? Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, can I ask Lisa what that would come out to? I know you don't have it, but I don't know.
I'd have to run the scenario. And I would use your original numbers unless you want me to use the revised grand list numbers. But I'd have to run that to see what it looks like, but it would probably be a significant
Let me see.
hit to unassigned fund. But that's.
Not, it's a
I don't know.
significant spend to unassigned
Excuse
fund
me, I
balance, right? That's the
Stand
correct word.
clarified,
Thank you.
it's not a hit, it's significant change to unassigned fund balance.
And unfortunately, I
And
don't have the numbers
I would have.
that you have, so I can't tell you what the calculation is. I can tell you what the calculation was, but unfortunately, due to the lack of transparency, I can't actually tell you what that number is right now. It's very unfortunate.
I know, I was just following the procedure from last year, but Ms. Hancock, I would assume that a large withdrawal like that would probably not be advisable based upon the goal of maintaining a healthy fund balance. Is that?
That is correct.
Yeah.
I could not advise you to do that or stand behind it, but again, it's
The town.
you as a group that can make that decision.
Sure.
Prior to the numbers being changed, that kept the unassigned fund balance at over 14.25%. Our policy is to keep it between 10 and 15%, and those numbers kept it at over 14.25%. Did you want to say something? I'm sorry, Councilor.
I just wanted to clarify with Lisa. Are you not recommending it because you don't have all the information, because you can't run the numbers?
If I know exactly what you want to do, I can back into getting whatever number that is. My concern with information that I shared with you tonight, but with our bond rating, I think it's very important that we keep our fund balance pretty secure right now. we have a significant amount of debt that we will be issuing over the next few years. With that, it's imperative to keep a AAA rating, otherwise we could be spending over $500,000 more or so if we lose that bond rating.
Right, and I agree that we should absolutely maintain a AAA bond rating, but based on the numbers that we had, we were still above 14% left in the fund balance, where the policy is 10 to 15%.
My concern is that if, at this time, if we dip into fund balance, that's going to weaken our status with the rating agencies. Just this week, some new criteria came out with the rating agency. Because of that, Tolland has been carrying a AAA rating because of our very strong fund balance and the increase over the years, as well as our policies and the strong financial management. One of the rating agencies reached out to me yesterday and stated that they're changing their criteria and we are going to be reviewed. If we are, one of the things they look at is the fund balance. I'm a little concerned right now, or a lot concerned, that if we dip into fund balance too drastically, that we're gonna lose that AAA rating under their new
So
criteria.
is the new
And I
criteria
don't-
different than 10 to 15, or will that alter?
What will happen is, even though we have an internal fund balance policy of 10 to 15% or 10 to 17 on an overall basis, that is usually an acceptable guideline. However, in a community like Tolland, we don't have the commercial base like other AAA communities are. So what has helped pull us forward to keep a AAA rating is because we had significant reserves. The new criteria has not been released. I spoke to the rating agency yesterday. I don't have the specific information, but what they're gonna be looking at is that information. I did share an email with all of you that I got from our bond financial advisor that talks about some of that. So the concern here at this time, until we get through this new rating process, I'm personally nervous about using any significant amount of fund balance because it could potentially impact that rating. If that rating gets reduced, then I think the S&P rating, they'll probably tick right onto that,
Thank you.
and it could cost more money.
Thank
But
you.
that,
Lisa,
I'll
does a
make that
loss in
decision.
services impact our bond rating?
I'm sorry?
Does a loss in services impact our bond rating?
They've never really talked about a loss in services whenever we've done a bond rating.
Does the fact that our home price values are increasing impact our bond rating?
Yes,
And how closely tied do the rating agencies hold the quality of education in a town as corresponding to home price values?
I don't think they look at exactly the quality of education. They do look at the educational levels, they look at the education budgets, they look at, where.
So they would be looking at the fact that over the past 10 years, we've increased our education budget by under 1.15%, and we're talking about major cuts again this year. That would be part of the
What they
consideration.
look at.
I'm sorry, could
Oh, I'm
you
sorry, I
answer
was
that
trying to answer
question,
your
yes or
question.
no? It was a yes or no question.
I'm not sure I understand it.
Do they look at the fact that over the past 10+ years, our education budgets have been increased by a number in the 1.15, I'm sorry, I don't remember, 1.18, I believe, over the past 10 years. And this year, the education budget that is in front of us continues to make reductions to education services. Is that considered in the bond rating?
As far as I know, no.
But you don't know for sure.
No, I know what they do look
Thank you.
at,
I really appreciate you sharing some of this
I
information.
can get the bond counsel advisor on if you'd like to bring him onto the meeting.
That would be excellent
do
if
look
we
at
could only
budgets
have this
passing.
meeting at a time where we had all of this information available to us. But unfortunately, we don't.
A question. Point of information. Are we still going forward with your motion?
The motion is on the floor.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
You've got
The motion is on the floor.
I'd like to make a motion that we vote on the proposal from Jacob.
Point of information, I think we have.
We have a motion on the floor.
We gotta vote.
There is a
Oh.
motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? I'm sorry, I can't remember who went already. I think you've already gone, and you've already gone, so Counselor Buckler?
I have a question for Lisa regarding the bond rating. You said the criteria is changing. Where does that information come
We don't
from?
have it yet, but the rating agency wants to meet with me fairly quickly to go over the towns, and there's a chance that we could be downgraded, and hopefully not.
But where is that information coming from that we could be downgraded?
A discussion I had with the rating agency yesterday, because they sent me an email that stated that they're changing their criteria, and they're only sending that email to people who could potentially be affected. And when I read it, I felt that it was important to give them a call, because I said, the only way we can go is down, we can't go up. And he says, you're absolutely right, and we're not
But
saying
this
that
is
we're.
the information that
Excuse
we've
me,
had
I'm
for the
sorry.
last 2
We
months.
just-
Counselor
No,
Moran,
we
I'm
just got it
sorry.
yesterday.
So how are we supposed to consider it?
I appreciate what you're saying, but you do not have the floor.
Apologize.
It's okay. Counselor Buckler?
So I'm sorry, when did you say you got this email?
Yesterday.
So you got the email yesterday. They explained to you that the email is only going out to municipalities that are going to be affected.
That is correct.
And the assumption is because it did it state that explicit email that it was only for municipalities that are gonna be affected.
Yes. That it said you were receiving this email because you were one of the communities that are identified that will be possibly, not saying you will, not saying you won't, but possibly, have an adjustment based under the new criteria, which they did not tell me what the new criteria is at this time. But they want to set a meeting to do an evaluation, to review our fund balance, to review everything that, whatever they have under this new criteria, to determine if we will stay at AAA or be downgraded. It can't go any higher.
Could that just be indicating that we're under an audit?
Under a rating review. Yeah, I don't know if it's an audit per se, but it's a rating review.
That's just the terminology I put. So couldn't it doesn't necessarily mean they could just be looking at us, correct?
They're looking at us and a number of other communities that could potentially be downgraded, depending on what they find. I can't
Or
tell you yes or
not.
no. That's right.
Right, I think it
can't
just
tell you
means we're
yes
under
or no.
review.
My concern right now is if we do anything drastic, that it could impact their decision. That's just my own personal concern, working with rating agencies. Council, I could give you this advice, the town council can decide to do whatever you'd like to do.
Sure, and so what I think what my concern is are we, and I apologize if this comes out the wrong way, but are we crying wolf a little bit? Because we've been with the fund balances much lower and maintain the AAA bond rating. And there's no criteria right now, correct? There's no indication that the criteria is changing, because they haven't said, hey, this is the new criteria.
Well, there is, but they haven't told me what the new criteria is, but my understanding is that the weight on the financial management may not be as strong as it was in the past. And the fund balances, again, are what has helped. I can, up to all of you, I asked our financial advisor, because I saw him today as well, if you wanted him to pop on for any questions, I'd be happy to get him to pop in. I asked him to keep his phone there in case,
So
but it's up to you.
my concern is that because we have nothing concrete yet,
Mhm.
this is merely your opinion.
And our
And I
financial
have, hold
advisor.
on, I'm sorry, I'm not done yet.
Sorry.
I'm concerned with that because there's nothing concrete that we're basing this off of. And you're just guessing.
Right.
And I know, we know what the criteria has been right now,
Right.
but we have no idea going forward, is it going to be a drastic change? Is it I'm not hearing anything that tells me, I mean, clearly, we do not want to go below the guidelines, and we don't even want to get close to the bottom end. But, I mean, I feel like you're trying to sway us one way or another by scaring us into thinking we can lose this AAA battery. I can't tell you how, and I can't tell you why, but don't do it.
Well, I do have a document that you just got tonight, but it does point out a lot of information behind the reasoning, of not using fund balance. And I can probably pull it on my phone and read it to you if you'd like, but, and that came from our financial advisor. That didn't come from me.
And I'm sorry, which document was
It
this?
was the one to, Counselor Shay. Shay, see, Shay. Hold on.
This is the one that starts, Lisa, as the town's municipal advisor. I provided some of my thoughts below regarding the proposal
Thank
to
you.
reduce fund balance by approximately $2.6 million.
That's that one, yes.
And the motion on the floor does not reduce fund balance by more than $2.6 million.
I have no idea at this point until I calculate what you're trying to do.
So you're giving us advice on something without knowing the actual numbers. That's very troubling.
I would need to see the actual numbers of what you're doing. My advice is I would not devastate your fund balance. Again, that's only my opinion. You all are a group that makes the decision. If you decide you want to use fund balance, that's your prerogative. I'm just advising right now with the uncertainty that's out there with this new rating process, I can't tell you what's going to happen. If you decide to use $500,000 from fund balance and it doesn't have an impact, that's fantastic. But if it does, I can't tell you one way or another what's going to happen. I'm just concerned that if we could at least keep it stabilized until we get through this process, I would feel more comfortable. But again, you're the policymakers. I'm just sharing what I feel.
Yeah.
Counselor Buckler has the floor.
Okay.
I think I'm all set, Katie.
Counselor Noonan?
I think like what I am, in my opinion, it sounds like, you know, if you have a long winter coming and you don't know if it's gonna be, how cold it's gonna be, I'm not burning all my wood right now. I'd like to save some.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has a comment? Counselor Shay?
So, Lisa, if our bond rating does drop because we take out money out of the unassigned fund balance, how long does it take for that rating to recover?
It could take
And can it,
years.
recover? It could take years.
It-
So
it's- It could.
we'd be jeopardizing basically our interest rate for the next several years on any new bonds that we issue. So the $500,000 savings could turn into $1 million expense in additional interest over the next 20 years that the bonds play out for.
Counselor, you check, you're the one who doesn't have a board, no?
I'm just listening.
Sure. Counselor Murray, you wanted to go for a second time?
Yeah, just try to keep it brief. Lisa, just one other point. If we use a large balance or large withdrawal from fund balance or really any other fund, I mean, we're creating a hole for next year, correct?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we think this budget cycle is difficult. We're not doing ourselves any favors for 2025.
Plus next year, after this budget, if the governor's, we've been on a hold on the ECS money. My understanding from today's meeting that I was in, that's going to take effect again in the 25-26 budget. So not only would we be starting out with whatever we have to cover for the use of fund balance this year.
Oh, I'm gonna call a point of order on you, Lisa. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
I'm sorry,
That
that's just what I got.
information is a guess on
That's what I was.
on financial information that has not been released is unknown to anyone. That is out of order. Thank you.
It was
Please
released by the
proceed.
governor's office.
No, that's just all I want to know. Just trying to think out in the future. I think with, the ratings agency coming, it's just a lot of uncertainty around it. I agree, actually, based on my Democratic colleagues, that the balance is high right now. But I really don't want to take a chance in such a critical year. And if we want to explore maybe ways where we can use that balance, productively with the town, I feel like that is something we really need to think about before we go and pull the trigger on that. So
Here,
that,
You're out of order, Mr. Noonan. Councilor Moran.
Lisa, who received the information? Is it just Joe that about these potential changes to the rating agency's guidelines before tonight?
Who got it?
Who got the information before tonight? It looks like from the email it went to Joe.
Joe and the town manager
Right,
and myself.
Okay, so my frustration is that I just feel like the ground is constantly changing from underneath us and we're constantly finding out different information and different considerations tonight. So that's where my frustration lies. And a lot of time gets spent considering the budget and it's frustrating when we're getting different information now. I don't even know what to do with that. So it's very, very frustrating and I don't care what happened last year, that I wasn't aware that this was how it was gonna go out. I just think that we all should have had the same information going into tonight.
I have some. Lisa, I'm reading this email and I'll say again, as the town's municipal advisor, again, I'm reading directly from the email that we got after this meeting started. As the town's municipal advisor, I've provided some of my thoughts below regarding the proposal to reduce the fund balance by approximately $2.6 million. The motion on the floor before us, and again, I apologize that I am slightly unsure of my numbers because things changed tonight. But the motion on the floor before us does not reduce fund balance by more than $2.6 million. Does the same cautions apply when we don't meet that criteria?
Yes,
Why?
because at this point in time, I'm concerned. Our financial advisor is also concerned that any significant hit, whether it's
I'm sorry,
500,000.
can you
2
rephrase
million,
that, please? A significant what?
I'm sorry, you gotta stop. This is too much. I'm sorry, I'm being disrespectful.
Yes, you are.
But any significant change to fund balance. That word is in my head. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to use it. Any significant change to fund balance at this time, I'm just saying you need to be cautious. You all make the decision. You wanna use
Why?
it, go ahead.
Why are you advising us differently than our financial advisor?
I am not. He is on the same page as I am.
So I asked you the financial advisor says that he is concerned about reducing the fund balance more than by approximately $2.6 million.
Did you get the second email? Did you read the second email?
I'm sorry, this is the last email that you sent me
I
tonight.
sent you two emails that were to Counselor Shay because he was asking another question, because he was trying to think of ideas as well. So that's why I just wanted to make sure that I was not the only professional speaking regarding the use of fund balance, that there'd be someone else who's very familiar with the rating agencies and how they do to provide his input as well. He had several different ideas that he was floating. The second email, I think I went back to him and I have to find it here. And there was something about wanting to use more fund balance. And I said, at this point, I am uncomfortable with using pretty much anything. And the financial advisor piped back in also and said, I agree. If I could-
I will continue to express my substantial frustration that this information was not provided to everyone on council and only provided to us, to the remainder of the council members after the meeting started. I feel like this is incredibly disrespectful to the council and to the public.
I'm not sure if I forwarded this one to you.
Could you read it to us? Go ahead.
Oh, sure.
You can forward it to us too. That would be
I
great.
just did. There was a long string here. I'm trying to get the gist of Counselor Shay was asking. He says, I understand, he was acknowledging what the financial advisor had said. He says, I understand this is Counselor Shay. I understand your concern and appreciate your input. One questions I do have is how can a rating be negatively impacted by using cash to avoid incurring more debt than that seems to come with all kinds of limitations on early payoffs? Doesn't that show smart financial management? Maybe it's a moot point if we wouldn't make any capital purchases prior to this pitch rating. Once this process is done, I'd like to sit down. Okay, so then he gets back with a lot of information, but basically says, Joe, I hear you and I understand that fund balance is a sensitive subject. Although almost all towns deal with increasing taxes and people look at the fund balance and wonder if it can be used to mitigate tax increases or for other purposes. As I stated in my earlier email, if the town's financial management team agrees, then fund balance can be drawn down and used to make capital purchases. There's one other one after this. Although I do not recommend it right now. Here are some additional comments to consider. Just today, Lisa Hancock received an email from Fitch Ratings that they are changing their methodology. And based on that change, Tolland is at risk of a rating downgrade. And he attached a document. The level of the local government's available reserve underpins its resilience to financial stress and unexpected events. Analyzing financial reserves provides an indication as to the management's fiscal discipline and reserve level tolerance and is a critical rating factor. Basically, the higher the reserves, the better positioned a community is to deal with financial stress. Based on my analysis, the town's unassigned fund as a percentage of general fund and transfers is about 16.8%. If the town were to decrease it by 2.6 million, it would go down to about 12.9%. The Connecticut AAA average is 15.8%. Tolland would be closer to a AA level than a AAA This would be a double notch downgrade, so that's even worse as far as an interest rate.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, can I just ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
This is in reference to a decrease in fund balance by 2.6 million, that's what you just read, right?
Well, no, it's a decrease in any amount. He started out with a 2.6 million. He used that as an example, but when it got to this point, he was to the point where, you know what, any significant change in fund balance is not recommended at this time, and he's trying to give all the reasons here why he would not recommend that change.
But you just said, based on my analysis, I'm reading the same thing you just read. The town's unassigned fund as a percentage of GF expenses and
Right,
transfers out is about 16.8. If the town were to decrease fund balance by 2.6 million,
right.
the FB percent would be decreased to about 12.9.
Mhm.
And the motion before us is for a fund balance of over 14.25. Those two numbers are different, right?
Yes,
Thank you.
Connecticut AAA average is a 15.8.
Right, and our policy is for between 10 and 15. Thank you. Lisa, I don't know if you remember, but 2 years ago, I asked you what the year-to-year impact would be on a one-notch decrease to our bond rating. What would the year-to-year impact be if our bond rating were to drop, which I will say very loudly and publicly, I do not wish for that to happen. What is the year-to-year impact of a change to our bond rating?
I don't have the year to year. I have the analysis that was in maybe that first email. Let me see if it's in the string.
So I'll tell you.
Over $500,000.
Yes, it's, the year-to-year impact when that over $500,000 was amortized over 20 years is approximately $25,000 a year.
There was an amortization schedule that he shared. in
So-
his emails.
A use of fund balance, which is the taxpayers' funds, in order to pass in order to pass the same level of services on the town side and the service reduction that the Board of Ed is willing to accept on the Board of Ed side, using town payer money to keep those services on those levels, knowing that we have a number of incoming revenue sources about to come on the books, including the cannabis shop, which gives us a 3% sales tax directly to the town, a new apartment complex with the corresponding property taxes of the cars and personal property in those apartments. At least one new business that's coming to town. And the opportunity for us to finally talk about stabilizing our Board of Ed budget to continue to provide the services that so many new homeowners are looking for, and therefore support the value of our homes. To not go anywhere close to even the percentage that our financial and bond counselor is warning us that he's concerned about us going to. So we're not going anywhere near that number. We're gonna stay well above it. Seems like the right thing to do. Counselor Yudichak.
Thank you. So did I hear earlier that you could get this financial advisor on the phone and we could ask them questions?
Absolutely, that's what,
So
the
if there's a
council
lot
would
of
like.
questions,
I could
maybe
ask
that's
him.
the right thing to do to get clarification. Just a opinion or a comment, really, it's not opinion, a comment. People want to hear from that person. I'd be with it.
whatever the chair and the council wants to do, I can text them now and ask them.
Point of order.
Yes, Counselor Noonan.
Are we still in the motion?
Yes. Did you have a motion?
You had a motion.
Yes. Did you have any more?
I just had that question if you want clarification on some things, and then I think Joe had a motion, I don't know.
No,
Oh,
I mean, I'm not interrupting this motion.
right, I don't interrupt. I was just trying to add some, if people want some more information, that's all.
Okay.
Motion at this time.
Are there further comments? Okay.
Putting aside my frustration of not having the information that some of my other counselors have, I think it's important that we remember that the only department in the entire town that's making any cuts where we currently stand under the town manager's proposed budget is the Board of Ed. And since at least 2018, the percent increases to Board of Ed have always been less than the town, except for 2021, 2022. Including 2020, 2021, where the town got a 2% increase and the Board of Ed got a 0.1%. And so we know from our joint meeting that we're always in the lowest quartile of per pupil spending. You know, we're lagging behind other districts by the numbers, right? So just looking at the numbers, you know, we're an average of 1.67 over the last 11 years. All other comparable districts are at least 2 and as high as 4.41%. And it's frustrating to me that the Board of Ed already cut. They reached a bipartisan agreement. I shouldn't say that. After the budget was voted out by the Republican members of the Board of Ed, they have since, in a bipartisan fashion, supported their budget. They have already made cuts. So anything that we're doing is an addition to the ones we have now. So I just think it's important that we bear that in mind, that we're not starting ever from the level services budget for the Board of Ed. So the discussion about cutting more is very concerning to me.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Counselor Noonan?
Can you elaborate, Chris, like why? Can you keep
So-
going with that thought?
Sure. In the town manager's proposed budget, and I invite Brian to correct me if I'm wrong, there are no additions being made to services on the town side. I appreciate Brian's efforts to try to, you know, keep the budget manageable on the town side, but we're also not reducing services on the town side, but the Board of Ed already is. So with what we have before us, we already have reductions taking place. And so I think it's important that we're mindful that it's not as though we're taking the first pass at the Board of Ed budget and whatever cuts we're making are the first cuts that have happened, right? They have already cut. So I'm just trying to find.
And that was the email from Walt with it.
That's right.
Okay.
So under the current budget that we have,
Assuming that we all got that email.
Well, no, this is,
This-
I think Mr. Moran is referring to the budget that was presented from the Board of Education.
yes, and then I know that Dr. Willett sent out another email to parents or something,
Oh,
but
okay.
yes. But under the budget that we have as a council, we're looking at 5 position reductions and, I don't know, something like 19 program reductions. And so any further cuts from that, you know, it's just deeper cuts to the schools, and I think that's incredibly short-sighted for the town. And I would just caution us that if we continue down this road, it's going to be too late to reverse course, and that's gonna hurt all of our property values, and, I just think it's not good for our kids. And so while I think it's incredibly important that we still maintain a AAA bond rating, staying within the top end of our range while being able to provide at least the services that are currently before us, which recognizing is not level services like it is for the town, is something that is imperative that we do for our students and for our town and for our property values. So I don't want to see any more cuts to positions or programs, because I just don't think it's good for our kids.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments? So,
Sorry. I just want to go off of what Chris said and also clarify. I believe there was a chart that had gone out with the Board of Ed budget. And that was included in an email that goes out with, Dr. Willett has weekly, email, like a bulletin he puts out for the schools. And that was included for those parents, just because it's inside the Board of Ed budget. But one of the things that was concerning was, you know, I believe as it stands, there is a 5-position reduction. And the reason I've been so focused on Board of Ed, and not that I haven't considered other areas, is because this is the only piece of the budget that's having reductions. If we go down any further, one of the scenarios was if we went down to 4% versus the 4.84 that was proposed and voted on by the Board of Ed, we would be going down to a 16.5 position reduction, which is, and that's including USIF not being removed. It's a significant decrease. The other scenario he gave was 6.98. That's the original budget without USIF being removed. But going back to the 16.5 position reduction, you're losing things like, for instance, I'm just gonna pull something out. I mean, I believe TIS band was on the table, which was such a big deal. But doesn't matter. We're looking at a budget that's already been reduced, and we're already looking at reductions. And we're not looking at that in any of these other proposed budgets. In maintaining, which I, again, will echo what Councilor Moran said, I think that's wonderful that we've been able to maintain those and keep the budget down. But my concern with Board of Ed is we're already reducing. If we cut any further, we are going to just be reducing further. The huge concern.
I like to comment. So, now I understand why you guys were all in agreement, other councils were in agreement on the 3%. It's really your intent to use the unassigned fund balance to make a difference, which is a horrible financial decision, in my opinion. And, unfortunately, I don't believe it will happen. One thing, I've been on the board I was on the Board of Ed 10, 11 years ago, and everything that we discussed tonight and everything that was presented by members of our town on certain sides is almost identical to the same discussion we had 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we talked about our schools were rated top 10. You know, we're cutting positions after positions after positions every single year. Our schools are deteriorating. Every single year, it's the same conversation, every year. And yet we look at our budget history and we held, 2-3% every single year. And then we get the superintendent comes in and he tells us how great our schools are and how great the kids are doing. He talks about the SAT scores and the graduation rates where kids are going. So if all this sky is falling, disaster was happening during all these years, how are our kids still doing so good? How are we still have teachers in our classes? The same thing happens every single year. This is nothing new.
Information, Counselor Shay, are we still ranked top 10? Are we still,
We were never, in the 10 years that I was on board, we were never close to top 10.
are we where we were back then?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because I don't remember the rankings, back then, but we were never in the top 10.
Okay.
We're ranked, if you want to talk about statistics, we're ranked on the niche rating scale, we're ranked 59. Coventry, right next door, has a lower budget than we do, is ranked 49th. So how is it a school that has a lower budget than us, spends less per pupils, has a better ranking than our school does? But Hartford spends 2 or 3 times what we spend per student. Send your kids to Hartford if money's the point. The point is, we have a good school system. And it's been a good school system for many years. So we're not talking about annihilating the school system, but we have to be reasonable and prudent in our tax increases. We're not talking about a 0% tax increase here. We're talking about a 3% tax increase, which everybody initially seemed to be on board with. Now I understand the plan. So I think that the sky will not fall if we don't go to 6%.
Thank you. Counselor Buckler.
I would just, I don't know where the 6.5% came from, that number. This question was posed to Superintendent Willett when we had the joint meeting, you know, and it was based off of the comment, Counselor Shay had made, you know, again, he's echoing tonight, that this is kind of like a crying wolf, the sky is falling rhetoric. And it was posed to the superintendent, you know, is this, you know, is this a game? I mean, is this a lie? Are you gonna just find the money? Are you just gonna be able to, you know, not cut these positions? Are we not? And the answer was no. The answer is, he said, he tries to make it as best as he can, down to, and I was on the board of it as well in a different district, and this was unheard of. He teaches classes. If the superintendent is teaching classes to avoid cuts, to avoid getting rid of other, I mean, from the school districts I come from, this would have been unheard of. And it is unheard of. I mean, and again, and we heard it from someone who worked in a school district that I'm very familiar with, that there are school districts that are not cutting programs, they're adding programs. And in fact, the school district where she works is adding programs. It's just to make a blanket statement that our schools are phenomenal and they're doing so well is just, it's first of all extremely subjective, but I think it's not true on all levels. Are our teachers great? Yes. Are the staff great? Yes. Are they dealing with the best they can with what they have to work with? Absolutely. But we had 16 plus people at the public hearing, all, you know, stating that they have concerns about the Board of Ed budget. We've gotten numerous emails from families with concerns about the Board of Ed budget. And we've heard from our superintendent as well that these are great concerns. And we've also heard that historically, we have cut programs already. We have already lost programs. They're already gone. And so I guess the question is, you know, when does the bleed stop? You know, when does this narrative that everything's just fine, when does it stop?
Counselor Murray.
So served on the Board of Ed for 4 years before coming to the council. I'll tell you that, you know, I kind of echo Counselor Shay's sentiment that we often hear that things are going to be very bad. And I'm not saying that there's nothing that the school district couldn't meet, but I don't think there's been a single year where I've been on the Board of Ed where the cuts, reductions were as devastating as they said they were. Like Lisa's point earlier, you know, you come up with a budget, it's an estimate, and in the year, you find out where your numbers are, and often, there's savings. But honestly, from a council perspective, that's only part of the story. The other part of the story is that this increase that we're proposing is very high, especially compared to historically what passes at referendum. And on top of that, if we use unassigned fund balance to pay for it, we're just digging a hole for next year. This budget is gonna be hard enough to pass as is. Can you imagine how hard it would be to do that next year unless you wanna take unassigned fund balance again, which you're probably getting pretty close to that 10% mark. Like, I just don't understand how this plan is sustainable. And I agree, it sucks, and I'm happy to see that Tony and Jen want to work with us on a long-term plan. I think that's great. Heard some great ideas about, you know, maybe we can bring some revenue into the district by getting out of district students, and I think that's great. And I want to continue those conversations, but at the end of the day, we're not getting around the harsh reality that this is a big increase. Chances of it passing are slim to none. And I don't think there is a sustainable long-term plan to use unassigned fund balance year after year for it. And I just can't support what has been presented with us, or to us. Thank you.
Council Moran.
What I don't understand is we are hearing from parents who are telling us that their kids are struggling. And so while I hear what Councilor Shea and Councilor Murray are saying, I mean, we're hearing from the parents themselves, and I just feel an obligation to listen to all of our residents, right? I am mindful of not wanting to overburden our residents with taxes, but it's also our obligation to represent the students of our town, the families of our town. And I also don't understand why we respect, rightfully so, Lisa's opinion on the budget, but yet when our other professional that we have, Dr. Willett, we seem to relegate his advice to something that doesn't mean anything. And so I just, it's unfortunate to me that we're not thinking of the whole town. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to address the fund balance issue that Councilor Murray brought up, because I think it's a good one. I believe that this year is the year to use not a lot, but more fund balance, not triggering our financial planners' concern level, not triggering a reduction that brings us below or even close to the floor of our policy, but using fund balance, which was supplemented by over $1 million last fiscal year. I'm just gonna say it again. Our fund balance went up by over $1 million last fiscal year. And that was due to some amazing work on our finance department's office. It's great. I continue to be grateful for that. We're seeing a projection for a fund balance increase this year, this fiscal year that we're in, of above $400,000 as of the last financial update that we got, that every member of us got and the public got. Not a decrease, because that's what our budget calls for this year, for using some fund balance. We're not looking at a decrease on fund balance for the current fiscal year. We're looking at another increase. We're looking at a use of funds that is financially appropriate to utilize some of the extra funds that have come in the last years to offset and meet the needs of both the town and our Board of Ed as presented to us. Next year, we have more resources that are going to be coming in than we have this year. And while I am not willing to predict what's gonna happen next year, I don't believe that this use of fund balance puts us in a hole that we can't get out of. I believe reductions, continual reductions to our schools puts my home, your home, every homeowner in town, it puts the value of our homes in constant risk. I am a single mom of 3 kids. We have one income in my house and it's mine. I have 3 kids and a mortgage. I have a 4-bedroom home, which was great when we were a 2-income family, but we're not anymore. At some point, it's no longer going to be my wish to live in my home because it's too big. And I want to be able to sell it for at least what I bought it for. And when I think about who's going to buy my home, my 4-bedroom home in a neighborhood, trees, safe streets for my kids to ride their bikes on, starting with their little tricycles, where I didn't worry about them getting hit by a car too much. Who's gonna buy that home? Another family. And they're gonna wanna move into town for the same reason that I did. And the same reason that a whole slew of people came before us did. Because the schools here have been good. I grew up in Coventry. I went to Coventry Public School. My dad taught at Coventry Public School for years. I have friends who went to Tolland Public School and got so much more than I did. In high school, my elective choices included chemistry or physics. A few weeks ago, I sat down with my freshmen in high school and looked at their elective choices. There was a heck of a lot more than I ever saw when I was in high school. My friends who went to Tolland High had more options than I did next door in Coventry High. And that's what I wanted for my kids. So that's why I'm here. I didn't buy the house next door to my parents as much as they wanted me to. Because I wanted to live in Tolland. And I think when I'm ready to sell my house, another family's gonna be the type of buyer who would be interested in it. And if the schools aren't good, if the offerings of that our schools can give to kids isn't good, it impacts the value of my home. So I think this year, when we have the opportunity to reset the trajectory of our Board of Ed spending from a trajectory down to a stable one, not an upward one. This budget that's in the motion before us, as Counselor Moran said, includes cuts. This is not an increase to our Board of Ed budget. This is not an increase of services. This budget includes cuts to Board of Ed. Next year in the 5-year plan, very likely contains cuts to Board of Ed, but we have the opportunity to right the ship, to create this stability in a budget that has never been presented to us before. We've never seen something like this. We have the opportunity to do it and to utilize a modest increase in fund balance to do it seems so appropriate to me. It's not egregious. It's not $2.6 million. That's not anywhere near what the motion before us does. It positions us so that when we see increases next year from known revenue sources, that we will be better positioned to continue on this 5-year plan of stability for the Board of Ed. But it's time for us to take a strong step forward. It's time for us to put a strong budget before us, before our town, before our residents, before a referendum. Are there any further comments? Yeah, we have a counselor out of the room. So I'm just gonna wait for him to return before we take a roll call vote. Counselor Sage, just so you know, no one had any further comments. We didn't want to move forward with a vote without you in the room. Did you want to make a comment before we move forward? Okay. So again, just to be clear, the motion before us is the town manager's proposed budget with $200,000 from a total of $200,000 from municipal tax stabilization, which I will note is the projected total of tax stabilization is approximate, very close to 400,000. It's just under. So I took that number and divided by 4 and came up with approximately 200,000. So I'm rounding to take a nice round number. $200,000 from municipal tax stabilization, the rest coming from unassigned fund balance to get us to a 3% mill increase. Are there any questions about the motion before we vote? No, okay. So Butler.
Aye.
Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Noonan.
Nay.
Counselor Shay.
Aye.
Counselor Yudichak.
Yay.
Counselor Murray.
Yay.
I am an aye. That motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the town manager's budget with the top line spending category of the following categories for town government. I'd like to amend that to $14,114,908. Board of Education, $44,320,148. Debt service, $5,376,489. And capital, $397,395. Noting there are no changes in those last 2 lines compared to the town manager's proposal. And finally, I'd like to propose increasing use of the tax stabilization fund from $70,000 to $100,000.
Somebody second?
Yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Shay.
Shin,
Yes. Any discussion? That's all I have.
I just wanna, reiterate, I think the current motion before us takes Board of Ed down just shy of $1 million, and I just feel like it's my obligation as an elected official to just remind us that it may not be our fault that we're in this hole. But I think it's our responsibility to try to make difficult decisions to right the ship and create some stability for our schools going forward. We're not here asking for, this percentage increase because we've been getting a stable amount of increase to Board of Ed over the last decade. We haven't. The money goes up and down and it's impossible to plan. And so we're in a position where we're trying to make up for years of underfunding. And that can't be done all in 1 year, but we need to, I think it's our responsibility to be thinking about the long-term future of the town. And the current motion before us just doesn't make any progress towards creating stability and righting the ship for the Board of Ed, for our students. And that's very disheartening.
Thank you. Council Moore.
So just a point of clarification, it's about a $750,000 increase. We said closer to $1 million to the Board of Ed. And secondly, I'll just argue that I don't feel that a budget that either can't pass referendum or puts us in a bad place with our funds helps education either, because eventually that's gonna bite us. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, did you mean decrease or?
So, sorry, I'll clarify. So it's a 750,000 decrease from what is proposed in town manager's budget, but it is still an increase from the budget that is adopted in the current fiscal year. Which I could give you that dollar increase if you like.
No, I just wanted to make sure I was.
Yeah, it's approximately a 3.1% increase with the ESCO staying on the debt service, so.
Point of information, I just want to thank Councilor Mary for the clarification of the 750,000. I just want to bring it back to something concrete that's, approximately the salary and fringe benefits, 10 positions. So we are talking about real people and real students when we impact these things, but thank you for the correction.
Point of clarification, we're talking about positions, not people, because there's no definitive reduction of staff, physical staff.
Sure, because that's because, our superintendent will try to, I assume, limit the amount of people who will actually lose their jobs, but the impact to our students is still the same when class sizes go up or programs are reduced.
But we still don't know if in fact class sizes will go up.
I mean, we know that they already have based on the input we've received from the public. So, I'm just, representing, that perspective, that voice that we've heard from numerous families.
Council Buckland.
You had shared your experience coming from a town that didn't have as much as, you came from Coventry, which didn't have as much as Tolland. Sometimes my brain may not will connect this late at night. I was lucky enough to have the opposite experience. I grew up in South Windsor. We had, we had great schools. In fact, that's the reason why my family moved there. And we had lots of electives, and I was very fortunate to grow up in that school district. And, when I was growing up, Tolland was up and coming. That's what they were saying. It was an up and coming school district, and it was really, gaining momentum, and people were saying a lot of great things about Tolland. So when it was my time to raise my family and we were considering a place to live, this was one of the towns that we decided that we were gonna be considering. I'll be honest with you. I considered South Windsor, it's a place where I grew up, it's a place where I loved. We couldn't get into town. There was such high demand for homes there that I was competing with anywhere between 15 and 25 people in a single home. And the reason for that was because of schools. It was because of schools. They had just redone their elementary schools. We had previously lived with our kids in South Windsor, and they had just started those projects when we had moved to Vernon. Getting back into that town was very difficult, and their home prices were off the chart. But my point is a direct correlation between the demand and the home prices and the schools. Huge. It wasn't stated the other night, but one of the speakers who talked about a school district she worked in that was adding programs, she is an employee of South Windsor school system. That's their reality. I love Tolland. I love being in this town. I'm happy I decided to move here. I'm actually happy that I'm in a smaller town and that we don't have as much growth. And when I did move here, I was really, really happy with the schools. I was really happy. I met the teachers are wonderful. They're so wonderful. My concern is that if we are not properly funding, if we are cutting programs, we may not see the impact today. We may not see it tomorrow. We may not see it a year from now. Heck, we might not even see it 5 years from now. But I think eventually, if we continue going down this path, we are gonna see an impact. And I think it's gonna be slow, and I don't think we're gonna see it right off the bat. But what's gonna happen is they're not gonna have a great reputation anymore. There's going to be talk. There's other places in this area that you can go and raise a family. And for families that can afford it, they'll move to those better districts that have better school systems. And I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to leave here. And I don't want other families to leave here. But heck, I don't want to see my kids suffer, missing out on programs and opportunities that they can have living in another town 15 minutes away. And I don't think the rest of the families that came out and expressed so much concern, I think they feel the same way. They want to stay in Tolland too, but they don't want it at the expense of their children. And I'm a millennial and I have 4 kids, and like most millennials, I have a mortgage, and like most millennials, I have student debt. And I can't afford private school. I can't afford tutoring. I can't afford to pay for making up for programs that get lost. I am so, so grateful with the opportunities my kids have right now in the Tolland school system. But like most parents that we've heard, I have a great fear of starting to lose these classes, these opportunities, and not having the ability to supplement. I would rather properly fund our schools, not lose these opportunities, take a small hit tax-wise, because
I'm sorry, could you use a different word?
Oh, I'm sorry, I used a bad word.
I feel so left out.
I used the naughty word. It would cost less for me for an increase in taxes than it would be for me to have to pay for a tutor for me to have to pay for making up for extracurricular. I have a kid who's in special education. I would be, I don't know what I would do if I had to somehow decide to supplement their education. Just to keep them up to speed and keep them where they are now. So financially, this makes more sense than to cut it and have to, as a millennial family, try to figure it out in the future when we're impacted by it. That's it. Sorry for using that word.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Actually, you didn't, Jacob, to the proposal, what's the overall tax, tax increase? Was it, I don't know what it was, because
Yeah,
I'm not a numbers girl, so.
yeah, and I don't have that information on it
Okay.
exactly, but I would figure based on what the reduction numbers were and Lisa's chart, it'd probably be about like a 3.3%. This is between, she has a $675,000 reduction would be a 3.5% increase. Whereas an $892,000 reduction from the manager's budget would be a 3%, and this is in between there, so I would imagine it'd be in that range.
I'm sorry, what was the reduction on employment again?
That was a $750,000 increase.
Was there any-
Yeah, sorry, decrease.
You can get out of here right now.
Not so fast. Yeah.
You have a proper motion before us with a decrease.
Yeah.
So, was there any ads or anything, if I missed it? Was there-
Yeah, so I didn't make them in the motion, so, but I was thinking was the same ads that I had mentioned at the top of the meeting, so I don't know.
Once again, 'cause I'm-
Yeah. For the record, I guess, funding for the sergeant, public works laborer, 5,000 for EMT stipends, and $500 for senior programming.
Are you amending your motion to include those changes on the town side?
If I do that, do I need to have another second, or can I just say that I'm doing
The
it?
person who seconded
Yeah.
it would have the opportunity to second your amendment.
Okay, yes, I'm amending it as stated.
Can you just say it again, just so I write it down, I have it right?
I'm amending my motion, on the town side to reflect, adding funds, to cover sergeant, public works laborer, 5,000 for EMTs and $500 for senior programming.
And decrease this.
Yes,
But, hold on, I'm sorry,
sorry.
just,
Okay.
just procedurally,
Okay.
you called for a decrease in town government spending, total, but your motion includes adding services, including a sergeant, a public works laborer,
Yes.
$5,000 for EMT and $500 for senior center.
yes, so the intent of that is 14,114,908, that is the top line number. I'd like those things added in, I'd like, the town staff to figure out the difference.
Okay, so
Yes.
corresponding or equivalent reductions elsewhere.
Correct.
Okay.
To meet that number.
And Counselor Shay, you seconded Counselor Murray's motion. Do you second his change in motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're clear, you're good. Okay, so thank you. Go ahead. Thank you very much for the clarification. Go ahead.
I just want to be clear though, so I just want to make sure just out loud. So the $650 that the town manager recommended for the Board of Ed is being transferred over to the town side.
Yeah, I did not make any
Okay,
changes.
just wanted to see, so it's $650 for the Board of Ed plus the district, I don't know how much that is, I believe. For the Board of a little bit over 4%, close to 5% they would get again. So,
Um,
yeah.
We reduced the Board of Ed, right?
Well,
Yeah.
reduced from what was, I'm suggesting you reduce 750,000 from the town manager's proposed number, which I believe has the ESCO payment already taken out. So that is a proposal to reduce 45 million figure to the 44,320,000. So you don't need a, ESCO is staying where it is.
But it's functionally, okay, so it's functionally a cut of Board of Ed of $100,000. If you're proposing to cut 750,000 from Board of Ed, and
No, 750,000 from the town manager's proposed Board of Ed budget, which already takes Yusuf out.
oh, okay. And sorry, just another point of clarification. So the 14,114,908, that's lower than the current town government proposed budget.
Correct, yes.
What are unlike the Board of Ed, like we can, I think, look more deeply at the cuts, like are you proposing like specific cuts?
I would ask the town manager and the staff to find where to make those reductions to meet that number. Minus the things I obviously specifically asked for. I guess just request that we are not eliminating entire departments with 50,000.
So you want, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure. It's a point of clarification, sure.
So you want to add the things you said and still cut back even further on the town stuff, okay?
To get to that 14,1 from 14.
So how much?
Did you have a question? Go ahead. You have the floor. So
All right.
those were points of information that were
Okay.
asked. And you do have the floor, Counselor, to check.
All right, so how much? Decrease, I want to use that word,
Yeah,
to the town side overall, the dollar figure.
it's actually. All right, so I'm looking at my notes here and I think, I'm gonna change slightly what I said, Brian. Actually, I think it worked out for you. So the town manager's proposals, 14,144,000. My proposal is a net cut of 35,000. So that would include money for the sergeant, the EMTs, and senior programming. So I guess the request would only be for the public works to find that additional money. Does that make sense, Brian?
Not so much.
No.
Okay, Mike? Okay.
No, your motion is to change the town government expending total to 114,114,908.
Yes.
And within that dollar figure, include a sergeant, include a public works laborer, include $5,000 EMT stipend, and include a $500 increase to senior center programming, and ask the town manager and staff to make other changes to bring the total to 14,114,908.
Yeah, you have it.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the motion.
Yeah.
Yes, you do so.
So what's the actual dollar figure? That's what I want to know, the difference between
It's like.
the reduction, what you're saying to the town side, but what your proposal is.
Yeah, oh, 35,000.
$35,000.
I can't get that.
Clarification, I'm 29.5.
Is it 29.5?
Yeah.
Yes. That is.
Oh, yes,
29.5.
you're right, I just did that.
But does that fact, sorry,
Oh,
point of
hold on.
clar-
Did you have a question?
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. Does that number include, is that just the difference between, yeah, none of the numbers got it, 14,114,908, and then the town manager's proposed budget? Does that factor in the cuts that will have to be made in order to fit the sergeant, the public works laborer, the $5,000 for EMS, and the $500 for the senior center?
Yes, it's up to the town, the motion before us is for the town to figure out how to make that work within the parameters that are in the motion.
Right, but you were asking the town manager to do more with less, correct?
Yes, the town manager and town staff would have to make cuts elsewhere within the town budget in order to reduce the town side budget by 29,500 and do the change, the additions that are in the motion before us.
Right, so the total difference isn't 29,500, it's 29,500 plus the cost to do these things.
That's,
Well,
it's, those things are to be done within the cost.
Okay.
The cost of these would be offset by other reductions.
Yes.
I have a,
No, fine.
You have a question? 'Cause-
I do, yeah.
Yes,
So you're asking you're asking the town side, the town to reduce the things that they're asking for, but then to add things that they're not asking for.
that's correct. That's what the motion before us does.
Okay. I don't think that makes sense, but okay, got it,
Okay,
got it.
Counselor, you check. Thank you for your patience.
Of course, you want that.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
No, I think I'm confused, like maybe others, Jacob, but I think what you're trying to do is cover as many departments. I know Scott's been asking for a while for that, labor for a while. I know the Republicans have been wanting that sergeant, that's nothing hidden or anything that's been talked about, but I think when you guys were running, the decrease of the $750, but then you wanna reduce $29,000, right? Of the town side, so is that?
That's correct, yeah.
So, okay. I just,
Total reductions of about a little less than 79.
Public Works labor, 61,705.
so, Lisa. Let me make sure I remember the, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the general sentiment from the council that I'm hearing is, could we get a better understanding on the cost for the things that are being asked to be added? So we can understand, the corresponding total that would have to be reduced.
I have that.
Okay, could you do it one at a time? You don't, like, not a grand total, but like, the sergeant increase would be
15.
of 15,000. Okay, and then the public works laborer,
61.
705,
does that include, fringe?
yes.
Okay, thank you. And the others are straightforward, so I'm gonna math it. Sorry, I'm gonna use my
Plus
calculator.
those plus the 29,000 is what the cut to the town would be. Can I ask a question, Jacob? Can I cut a DPW director to add a DPW director? No,
I
right?
recommend not doing,
Thanks.
yeah.
Oh, no.
I heard part of that.
So I think if I'm mathing correctly, that the additions are a total of $82,205. Correct. Lisa's getting the same number as me. So with the 29,500, it's a total impact on the town side of $111,705.
That's correct.
Did that answer
That's
your
what I
question?
meant,
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did that, Colleen, you look even confused, more confused. And then
I just
I,
wanna know the difference, how it would affect the town, I don't mean to make my voice
No.
like that, but, just wanna know the difference, of what it would be on the town side, because I wouldn't want to lose staff for addition, that's all. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
sure, and we don't know that at
We
this
don't.
point because
Right,
the
right.
direction was for the town manager to figure it out.
So, that was just me.
No,
That.
And I would.
So I think that.
Yes. Do we have more questions?
Yeah, just, so we're not touching, the town manager's budget called for 300,000 coming out of the,
Unassigned.
Unassigned fund balance, yes.
Fund balance. So that still stays in the budget. right?
That's correct.
We're not moving that, and
That
then,
is not part of the motion.
And then we're adding 100,000 out of the tax stabilization fund.
Yes, changing it from
From
78,000
70 to 170.
to 100,000.
And Jacob, you said this is gonna be, I know your note said 3.3, but there's been some revisions, obviously. Drop it down 5.2, down to 5.02, so
Yeah.
it'll be, actually, the 3.3 is an expense. It's an expense increase without considering the adjustment of the revenue, so.
Yeah, it should be a little over.
So it'd be a little bit more, okay. Okay, that's all. And, I mean, it's still not as low as what we hoped, but again, we gotta be realistic here, in two regards. Number one, we can't cut too much, and secondly, this thing has to pass referendum. So I think it's a reasonable ask.
Do you have any comments? I have some questions. First for Town Manager Foley, I believe, last time, we had a discussion about the potential of, making town cuts last year. You had said the first cut you were gonna make was, with one of the resident state troopers?
Correct.
So, is that something you would consider within these parameters as well?
I consider everything. That would certainly be one of the options.
Jacob, I'm curious where the 5,000 EMT stipend came from. Perhaps I missed it, but I don't recall that coming up during the discussions of public safety, for public safety.
So I think Colleen initially made the point, and I thought it was a good one, that we're suffering from, as many towns are, a volunteer crisis. Which is something I hope that we can kind of dig into more, when we have our consultants come in next week. But, the short answer is that if we can maybe sweeten the deal a little bit for them, maybe put a little bit more towards what they get for answering calls. Maybe that can help get us some more volunteers, get a more active volunteer base. I think that's a pretty important objective, and I think 5,000 is not a crazy number for that, so I'm excited for the goal.
Town Manager Foley, I feel like in one of these public safety budgets, there was an increase to stipend. Is it to EMTs?
Volunteer firefighters.
Okay, so there was a volunteer firefighter increase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what it was?
Oh, boy. I have stipend up 3.7%, but, and they hadn't had one since 2018, but give me a second and
No, it's okay.
Lisa, do you remember by any chance?
I don't.
I got it. $2,500.
And that was the recommendation of the public safety director?
Consensus of us.
Sure. Was there discussion about EMT stipend changes with the public safety director?
No.
And,
They got a raise. Ambulance salary went up 7K based on union contract.
okay, so the EMTs got a raise already this year.
Yep. But that, actually, John had mentioned that.
Okay.
That more money would be, they're having a hard time hiring. Everybody's having a hard time hiring. It was a matter of competitiveness. So John did say that.
Okay. Thank you. We have been told by, in previous discussions with the superintendent, to estimate one position at about, between $72,000 and $75,000. So this, motion before us is a reduction of 10 positions. As Counselor Shay noted, not necessarily people, but it is 10 fewer positions in our school district, and therefore 10 fewer adults in front of our children. I will also remind myself and the council on Dr. Willett's concern about early elementary education class sizes. The discussions from the numerous Board of Ed budget meetings, which did include budgets lower than the one that eventually passed, talked about the class size impact to our kids if more positions were reduced. That the recommendation for class sizes in high school, we are already above that recommendation in many of our class sizes, and the town manager's proposed budget included reduction of positions already at the high school, so we're talking about class sizes increasing at the high school. This impact, when discussed in previous Board of Education meetings, impacts that were discussed of more increases than was eventually passed out of Board of Ed included removing co-teaching, removing the teams program in the 6th grade, and would impact the interventionalists. I am worried that the intervention numbers that Dr. Willett mentioned to us when we talked about the Board of Ed budget being up something like 30% in early elementary ed could lead to increased special education costs as these children advance through their academic career, and removing 7 additional positions with a $750,000 reduction is would have a substantial impact on our kids, I believe, and I'm very much opposed to that. Counselor Moran.
Just a couple of points. The first is just a comment. So I just want to reiterate that the vice chair's motion is based on information that he received, that we all didn't receive, and that the public didn't receive. And so we haven't been able to adequately consider all the details of the motion, which is frustrating. Moving on to some substance. One, I
Point
don't,
of clarification.
Sure.
It's not true.
did we, okay.
Yeah, I looked at what I felt were reasonable numbers and what I thought was competitive.
You didn't get the finance director's
I
email with
didn't, I
the,
didn't ask her for a recommendation for, hey, what do you think the Board of Ed should be cut by?
that's not what I'm
That's,
saying. You're
well,
based,
that's what I came up with.
Okay, I'm gonna step in.
Yeah,
I believe that, Counselor Moran is bringing the point up that you had different budget numbers than he had, and is expressing, I believe, his frustration that you were considering different budget numbers than he and the public were.
correct.
That's what I believe that was being expressed.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you, Chair. Then just, 2 other points, sticking with the town side for now. I'm not sure that I fully understand why we would be committing $5,000 to something that falls within public safety when we are having a public safety study done to tell us what, if anything, needs to be done for financing with respect to public safety. So to me, it seems we should see what that study says before we make any decisions on that. And then the other thing I just want to point, again, sticking with only this town side for now, your proposal doesn't include making the part-time administrative assistant at the senior center full-time, which seemed to be the priority for the senior center when they came before us, and I support. So I'm just voting that.
Sure, a couple of things. You know, initially, and I kind of indicated this when I asked my question. I don't know if it makes sense on the town side to be asking for additions that weren't asked for, but we're suggesting to reduce the things that were asked for. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's late and I'm having a hard time with analogies, but it's like having a swimming pool and saying like, I'm gonna buy you a pool floaty, but I want you to take away the ladder. It's like, there's things that they're asking for that they need, that are part of their budget. They're asking to be taken away and make work. But you wanna add things that may not be necessary. It wasn't included in the proposed budget. You know, for instance, you know, one of the things is the sergeant issue. We had a lieutenant come in here, he did an excellent presentation. But there was nothing that really indicated that it was necessary to have a sergeant. And frankly, what concerns me the most is we're looking to add in a place where there's no basis that we need this addition. But we want to cut from areas that we know we need, that we know that's gonna have an impact. And so if you're saying to me, listen, I'm gonna keep the Board of Ed budget as is, which still involves reduction, but it's at least not cutting it further. And I also want to make a consideration for the sergeant. You know, maybe that would make a little bit more sense. But I can't seem to understand where the logic is for asking for things that there's no basis for. You know, as Councilman Moran indicated, there's gonna be a public safety study done. We're gonna get some insight on what actually is going on, what actually may be the need, where we're doing good, where we might need improvement. I think we're jumping ahead too much to just start throwing money there when there's no basis for it. And I think it's concerning to even suggest these additions when you're cutting from public education, which society as a whole benefits from public education. Come visit me at work one day, I'll show you what happens when you don't have a proper education. We benefit on a daily basis from education. We have our doctors, the people that take care of us. Everyone we interact with has some education to some degree. I mean, it's the fact that we're saying to heck with the Board of Ed budget, let's cut it further, but let's add this sergeant that we don't necessarily need. But then also, town, please cut some more from what you actually are asking for. It doesn't make sense.
Very
I think Counselor Shay hasn't had a chance to go yet, so.
Sure. So a quick comment. For one thing, I believe the police, I forgot, I can't find the department right now, but that budget was actually cut by almost $70,000. So there wasn't an increase like all the other departments. That department was cut.
I know, but administration, that wasn't cut.
Yes,
It
it
was
was.
just, it's a result of having more junior troopers. There were no cuts made.
There was a cut.
There's
The
just,
budget dropped from.
The budget
a certain
dropped.
amount.
but the town didn't cut it, right? It's
But-
just because we have more junior.
Again, it's
troopers.
the only department that actually had a budget reduction.
No,
Like the Board of Ed had a budget increase. So
The
we're
Board
not,
of Ed had-
we're not saying increase the budget for this department. We're saying reduce the reduction by 50. So that's one point of clarification. I'd like to know. And another point is nobody's arguing that we don't need education. That's like the last thing we're saying here. So I think that's a correct statement.
Sure. Thank you, Council Murray.
Yeah, just to respond to the comments, it's just one thing with the Board of Ed, you know, again, just speaking from my experience on the Board of Ed, just knowing how these things work. We don't know, first of all, town council has no authority as to where the Board of Ed takes from. I'm not saying that this isn't gonna have an impact, it will, but you just don't know exactly what that story's gonna be till the end of the year, so I just cautious about saying that this equals positions or whatever. Secondly, you know, in terms of Ms. Butler's comments, you know, I get where you're coming from, but the way I see it is we're the policymakers of the town here. And I feel that these these ads make sense. So I'd like to make a directive to the council, to the town manager about, what I'd like to see changed in the town budget. You know, disagree, totally understand, but that's just kind of where I'm coming from. It's 11 o'clock, love to see the movement, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make move an amendment to the motion on the floor to add $100,000 from the tax stabilization fund, to bring it to a total of $200,000 from the tax stabilization fund.
Is there a second?
A second.
Is there any discussion on that?
Can you make an amendment to my motion? and-
Sure, there's
Yeah.
a motion on the floor, there's now an amendment to the motion. Counselor, you to check.
So Jen motion to add 100.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jen, Chris, so you made a motion for 100
$1,000 more from tax stabilization
to
add to the budget.
add budget, so it doesn't.
It doesn't result in as much cuts to the Board of Education.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were asking to
specifically-
increase the Board of Education by 100,000 and increase the funding from tax stabilization by 100,000? Is
Yeah.
that what your motion was? Okay, just for clarification, so the
Sorry, thank
motion
you.
was
Sorry, Lisa.
to increase the Board of Ed 100,000 and increase the revenue from tax stabilization by 100,000. So it doesn't change the impact to mill rate. It simply increases spending and revenue by the same number. Counselor Buckler, since you made the second, are you okay with you continue second at that clarification?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Counselor Yudichak, for clarifying.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Clarification,
Sure.
are we in the discussion portion?
Yes, we are in discussion for the amendment before us.
May I have the floor?
You may.
Okay. Lisa, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have any thoughts.
You don't have any thoughts?
This is your decision as a council. You know how I feel.
Yeah.
And, that you guys need to decide what your budget is going to be. So if you want to use more from tax stabilization or fund balance, wherever you use the money, just remember next year, you're gonna have other revenues or money from fund balance again next year.
Is there further discussion? Counselor Yudichak, do you have another question? Comment?
No, so I just, for clarifications, are we voting on two now, like Jacob's original and then the amended one, like is it?
We will, right now, the most current motion before us is the amendment. So that's the amendment, Chris's amendment
Okay,
on the motion.
okay.
So that is the motion, that is the current motion before us. Yes, of course. Any other questions? Claire?
One more
comments?
question.
Counselor Say?
Lisa, does that impact does that put the tax stabilization fund balance in any sort of jeopardy or concern? Are we still above a safe threshold, taking on $100,000?
You can take up to 300,000 a year and, the balance right now in that fund is 362,000. So by the ordinance, you can take up to 300,000. The only thing is, if you're not using it for a one-time expense, you'll just have to have the money next year, however which way you get it.
They'll put us at about 400,000. Fund is used to cover operating expenses, 478,000. I'm sorry.
Or you have 300 from fund balance, which is in the recommended, and the original 78, which now.
No, that was changed to
To
100
100.
by Jacobs,
Right.
no, to 100 by
So now
Jacob's
we're
motion
saying
and
200.
amended to an additional 100 by Chris's motion.
Where'd the
They're
78?
The 78 got moved from 78 to 100 per Jacob's original motion.
No, it was increased to 170. Yes, 100,000.
Oh, 178?
No, that is not the motion that I clarified.
Yeah,
Tax stabilization, according to Jacob's motion, was at 100,000 from 78.
that's what I wrote.
That's what I wrote down, and sorry, I read it back, so I'm,
I misspoke, sorry, I didn't catch it.
okay, so right now, the motion is for 200,000 total from tax stabilization.
Okay, so 200,000 plus the 300,000 on the unassigned fund.
No,
That
yes,
was originally in the
yes,
original
yes.
budget.
yes,
So now we have about 500,000
That you'll need to
fund
get
that's
next year.
gonna need to be somehow covered next year.
Lisa, how much fund balance did the town manager's budget recommend unassigned fund balance, did the town manager's budget recommend we use in the fiscal year 25 budget?
24, the budget that we're doing
Yeah.
now, 300,000.
And how much did we budget from fund balance in fiscal year 24? It was 200,000.
Oh, then why are you asking me?
Do we use fund balance in our budget most years?
Some years we do, some years we don't.
Okay, thank you. So that, to respond directly to, your comment, Counselor Shay, the last 3 years that I've been around have used some money from fund balance every year, each of those years towards our operating budget. Lisa, what is the estimated total for municipal tax stabilization at the end of this fiscal year?
770,140
Thank you.
estimated.
The estimated, yeah. Thank you. So we are not, in fact, leaving that balance with an estimated 122,000. We'd be leaving it with an estimated 500 or so $1,000 plus. Thank you. Personally, I'm okay with using $200,000 from municipal tax stabilization. I think, from our original discussions, the finance director recommended that we use $78,000 over 4 years. To use $200,000, we can still do that over 3 years and then use close to another 200,000 on the 4th year, assuming we get no additional funds in that balance at all over the next 4 years, which I believe is the assumption we have to start with. So that does leave us with not a short term, but a multi-year plan of money there without asking the taxpayers to pay any additional into that. Counselor Moran?
I just wanted to note, I believe that in terms of talking about what we have to make up next year, the, trash services, I think, increased like approximately 200,000. And I'm forgetting the numbers of each year of the contract, but
Year 1
At least
and 2
100.
are is the same, so it goes up $200,000 for next year.
Yep.
And the year after stays flat.
okay, so this would, I think, we can, some of this money can be used to sort of step into the increase that we're getting with trash, right? So it doesn't hit residents all at once.
Can you just use a different word, please? So it doesn't impact.
Oh, it doesn't
residents?
impact
Thank
residents,
you.
sorry. And then, just another note too, we know, and I don't know if this factored into the vice chair's motion, but we also have, I think, $25,000 in savings from the Department of Public Works because of the grader that we purchased with ARPA money. We don't need to rent another grader, so I think there's a net savings of $25,000.
That's what we were told during the portion of our budget meetings, yes. That's correct. Did you have a question, Counselor Yuchek?
Can I amend an amendment? Oh, no, wait, just because I want to make a motion too, so. I don't know, we can do these motions, but then, I have to pass this.
I feel like
I think you can amend an amendment.
Why don't we vote and see, and then make
Okay,
it
so
clear.
you don't want to amend the
Yeah,
amendment?
just to make it clear and easy. At this hour, no, everybody's
Sure, thank you.
a little.
Sure.
No one.
Any further comment on the amendment that is before us?
I guess just one final clarification.
Sure.
Because of this statement there. Is this, so this would just, you basically change my proposal from 100 to 200, not to, from 170 to 270, is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding of the situation that we're at right now.
Okay. All right, I'm fine keeping it that way for simplicity's sake. If we want to discuss further, then we can.
So any further discussion? Yes, Catherine?
I'm still stuck though on the 29,000, like that would be a reduction on the town side, are we still at that, because if you put in money for just not just, but to the Board of Ed side, you still gotta find a reduction of 29,000, is that correct?
Yes,
Well, yeah, 111,000.
111, yeah.
Yeah.
You know. That is, could be a firefighter, it could be a sports person, it could be.
yeah, it's $82,000 in addition, in increases on the board, on the town side. And 29,500 in funding decreases, and they have to find the money within that decreased budget to include the $82,000 increased costs. Yes.
Jen, that doesn't make much sense to hire somebody new and then let somebody that is current staff, I think, when you say a lot. I just wanted to put that on the record that we could potentially lose public safety with this proposal, or somebody in the town hall themselves.
So,
Point of clarification,
Yes.
is she saying that in regards to this amendment or Jacob's motion?
Overall. It's the overall, like, to this whole thing, it would be a cut to town side of $111,000. The Board of Ed sounds like they're taking out another 200 from tax stabilization.
No, 100.
100, sorry.
Would the amendment before us alleviate that?
No,
no, the amendment before us would not, no.
so we would be losing higher public safety for a sergeant, you'll lose a firefighter, most likely. Just. that's
Well,
just
we haven't been told what
I
those
know, but
reductions
just, money salary to salary is probably pretty close. That's all, I'm just putting out there as an example, that's all.
were. Okay. Any further comments on the amendment before us? No, okay, so
Just to clarify, so when we're voting, it's on the amendment, whether to amend the motion?
yes, the
Okay.
motion before us is on the amendment
Yes.
of the motion.
Well, point of clarification, I amended the original motion, we didn't vote on that one.
The original motion was moved and seconded. There was a clarification and the clarification was seconded. And now we have an amendment to the motion.
Okay, so the first one was a clarification.
Yes.
Not an amendment.
That's correct. That was a clarification to the original motion.
Okay, got it. My
Yeah.
clarification?
Yes.
So we'll vote on the amendment.
Yes, we
Then
will.
you have to then we vote on the original.
We will vote on the amendment and then the motion before us will be, will either be amended or not. Does that make sense? Do you understand? So I'm just gonna reiterate, the motion before us is to amend Jacob's motion.
To even allow it.
No, we are, the vote on this amendment is not to approve Jacob's motion or not. It's to change Jacob's motion.
Correct.
So we would change Jacob's motion to change the Board of Ed decrease from 750,000 to 650,000 and change the revenue from municipal tax stabilization from 100,000 to 200,000. It does not impact the total line at all. It's just more money coming in, more money being spent.
Clarification, I think I might be picking up what Alex is asking. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong. I think the question is are we actually voting on the budget? Or are we voting on just whether or not to amend it, and then later on we would vote on that number if it was amended?
That's correct. Does that make sense?
Alex, it's basically, I'm asking to reduce the reduction to Board of Ed by 100,000, but offset that with tax stabilization money, so
We're making that decision right now.
yes.
The
To
decision
amend his vote,
to change his motion, not to pass the budget, but to change his proposal for the budget. Yes.
Okay, so basically in my original proposal, I suggested we take town managers, or I suggested that we had a stack tax stabilization fund, that we use $100,000 from that fund to help offset some of the expenses in the budget. What, Chris is saying is let's increase what we're using from that fund to $200,000. So that we don't need to reduce the Board of Ed as much. But this is just amending my proposal. So if this passes, we still haven't agreed to my proposal, we would still need to vote on that again. It's just now that my proposal has changed.
yeah.
Okay, it's crystal clear.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. So I think if we're all clear, we can go ahead and we'll do a roll call. And I'm gonna write it down so we can tell Lisa when she gets back. Yeah. So on the amendment, Counselor Butler,
Aye.
Counselor Moran,
Aye.
Counselor Noonan,
Aye.
Counselor Shay, Counselor Yudichak,
Nay.
Counselor Mari,
Aye.
I am an aye as well. So that motion passes. 6-1. We're gonna tell Lisa what happened. No, we got really slow. The motion passed with a roll call 6-1 with Counselor Yudichak voting nay. Okay, yes. So now I would just again say that the amended motion before us is a $650,000 reduction from the town manager's budget of the Board of Education. A $29,500 reduction from the town manager's town government budget with some specific adds that need to be accommodated within the reduced funding. And 200,000 total being used from tax stabilization. No other changes.
Sounds good to me.
That's the motion that is before us. Uh-oh, Lisa.
I get $651,000 reduction, not 650.
Okay,
Help me if I'm wrong.
fair. No, we've been using nice round numbers. um, sorry, here I am. The total is for Board of Ed, $44,420, oh my gosh, 44,420,148, which is this minus this, which is $651,000 reduction from the town manager's budget from Board of Education. Okay. Is there discussion? Did you wanna,
I wanted to make a motion, but I think it's too late now, right?
no, we are in discussion on the amended motion before us.
You guys are gonna be. Okay. Yes, first of all, thank you, everybody. I know there's a lot of people online watching. This is one of probably the most craziest meetings I've ever been part of. But I cannot, support Jacob's, proposal. I think that, like Ms. Buckler said earlier, you're risking losing dedicated staff that we already have in town, and that would be nonsensical, especially since we have Troop C. And if I understand, a sergeant normally covers 6 people, and sergeant would only be covering 3, so it doesn't really make sense to have a sergeant. My personal, that is part of my amendment. I would like to see, listen to everybody, cut the stipends for the professional and the ambulance to $2,500 instead of the $5,000. My thought process, I think Jacob covered on that one, was, yes, we're gonna do the study, but let's be honest, how are we actually gonna hire somebody when it comes, if they say when, and most likely we need more staff? Because we never have money in the budget to do these things. So that was my concern, and thinking that, like Jacob said, it could draw, people to come to our town to possibly volunteer more. And, I believe that goes just in the professional line. It's not specific to EMTs, I believe. The $500 should be easy to the senior center for programming. Their program, like I said, at the beginning, at 7 o'clock, 7:15, that they're busting at the seams over there. I would like, at this point, I was thinking to add a staff, position in, but listening to all this, I don't think it is the right time to add in any staff on the town side, only because, like many counselors said, that staff is getting cut on the Board of Education side. It kind of seems a little one-sided, even though I know we do need that Parks and Works laborer. It's been out there for a couple years. People also email us saying that curbs are dented or there's trash in the park, and you know, Public Works does have a lot more going on now with sidewalk, crandles, and so many other things. So I really hope that in the future that will be put back in the budget. I am actually okay with a budget being more around 3.5 to a 3.8 going to referendum. So at least I'm not sure what that would look like. I think a couple of my scenarios was $250,000 Board of Education cut, or I don't know how much that would be, you know, what that would look like. The board might not have to cut anything, because I just reduced 2 positions, so I don't know if you can run that to give us an idea.
I'm sorry, Colleen, you wanna see what the impact on mill rate is?
Yeah, the overall tax, like there might not even,
Okay,
you know what I mean?
yes, I can help you with that.
Alright.
Can you clarify what you're doing on the town side, what you're, proposing on the town side?
Town side, like,
Just, let's start with the town side.
things, it was a few things, as everybody knows, I know I'm the swing vote here. I've been cracking my brain over every scenario, and I've been listening all night, so This is, I've actually cut a lot of things down. So $2,000 to the professional line for the ambulance, so.
2,000 or 2,500, I'm sorry. I thought you said 2,500.
2,500.
Okay.
I wrote 2,000, but yes, I was just doing half. Thank you, Katie, for correcting me. $500 to the senior center,
Okay,
and that's really,
so you,
that's only really adding $2,500 to the town side.
so you wanted,
3,000.
yeah, 3,000 to the town side. You wanna increase,
4,000.
you said 2,500.
Yeah,
It's okay.
2,500.
We're a team, we'll do it together.
So, yeah, 3,000. $3,000.
So your motion is to increase Jacob's proposal by 3,000 or to increase the town manager's proposal to 3,000? By 3,000.
You know, I'm reducing what Jacob put on the table. He said 5.
I think she means overall, right?
Yeah, and so Jacob, the motion before us reduces the town side by $29,500 and adds $82,205 in expenses. You want to do what?
I don't want any cuts on the town side. I don't want $111,000 being cut on the town side. So whatever that is, I don't wanna lose staff on the town side to replace staff from,
So is your motion to remove, your motion is to amend the motion before us
yeah,
to remove the public works laborer, the
Right.
sergeant,
correct.
and change the EMT stipend to 2,500,
Mhm.
but no other changes on the town side.
$500, yeah,
Okay,
correct.
got it.
And
Okay,
I just said that, you know,
so bottom line, it doesn't change the town side budget, it just changes the modifications that need to be made. Okay, got it.
not by much.
Okay, and then on the Board of Ed side, currently, we have a reduction of $651,000 in the motion before us. Did you want to change that? Is that your motion to change that?
Yeah, I don't want,
So what number were you thinking? If you, I have a spreadsheet before us with the updated numbers that Lisa gave us, so if you wanted to brainstorm, you could throw out a few numbers, we could see what the impact was.
for the schools, or?
If you wanted to change the Board of Ed number, we could understand what the mill rate impact was.
I think 400,000.
Okay, so a $400,000 decrease. Okay, and, so no change on the town side
Well,
dollar figure, but the internal changes we've specified.
but increase the tax stabilization to whatever.
The tax stabilization is currently at 200,000. Okay, that is a mill rate increase of 3.8%.
Point of clarification, what was the original proposed from the town manager's budget, no rate increase?
5.05,
And this is what?
3.80.
Jacob's original mill rate increase.
Should I answer? Yeah, my original, we didn't do the calculation exactly, but we figured be about a 3.3.
3.2.
So, yeah.
3.22 for Jacobs. Mill rate increase amended from Colleen was
3.80.
At 400,000 reduction.
400, but I'm also reducing 2 positions. I don't know how you get that, because if I'm taking out the sergeant and the laborer,
Those were internal changes to the town budget within the
but I'm removing those. I don't want to hire those 2.
I understand, but those don't actually change the bottom line that we would vote on. So is that your motion?
So-
Absolutely.
Yes.
So the motion is to amend the motion before us
Yeah.
to remove the addition of the sergeant,
Yeah.
remove the addition of the public works laborer,
Yeah.
reduce the EMT stipend from 5,000 to 2,500, and to leave the senior center increase at 500.
Yeah.
With all of that within the town government total expenditure of $14,114,908. And to amend the reduction in Board of Education to a $400,000 reduction, or $44,671,148, for a total mill rate of 38.75 or 3.80% mill rate increase. That is the motion before us. Is there a second?
Only a clarification.
Oh, I'm just gonna,
Maybe I want to first say thank you for doing that.
sure. Can I let the second go first, or, and then we do the
This is just
clarification?
pertaining to what's currently being asked.
Yes.
Did we or did we not have money to be allocated toward a trooper after retirement of an individual this fiscal year?
Okay, so I'm gonna,
That's the question.
that's the question. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna just ask you to hold on. I'm gonna call Jacob second, and then I'm gonna give you the floor to ask your question.
Thank you.
So yes, I second.
So Jacob seconded the motion. So go ahead and ask your question. It's relevant.
Did we or did we not have allocated money after the retirement of a trooper this fiscal year? As Lieutenant Hayward came in here and explained that we had the money to be paying a sergeant because of a retirement of a trooper.
So I think if
Somebody
I could,
clarify that for
yes,
me, please.
so I think I can clarify what, I think I could address it.
I remember
Yep,
the
yep.
monetary value being 80. I don't, it's late, I don't know why that's coming up, but I remember we had $80,000 to be able to use toward public safety.
So the fiscal year, we're in fiscal year 24 right now, that's like today, right now.
Correct,
During this fiscal year, we had the retirement of Trooper Eklund, Administrative Trooper
thank
Eklund.
you.
The replacement, the temporary replacement of Trooper Eklund is less, it has a lower bill, if you will, than Trooper Eklund did. So there is savings in the current fiscal year on the public safety trooper line.
And those savings enumerated to be what number?
That I don't know the answer to. Maybe Town Manager Foley or Lisa knows?
Say that again?
How much money do we save for the current fiscal year? With Eklund retiring, we had a vacancy for a little while.
Yep.
And then we got in a less expensive person for this fiscal year.
80.
It was, I wanna say it was 70 something, I wanna say that it went down, it's now 563, it was more than that, Eklund was the most expensive trooper.
Yeah.
And we're down to a cheaper one, but again, we don't set that number,
Right.
that's the bill from the state of
Yep.
Connecticut for 4 troopers, we had 4 troopers last year.
Yep.
The year before.
Yep.
And 4 troopers is what I.
What's in the
proposed.
budget.
So we have a savings after that retirement of what number?
I don't, do you have the actuals from last year, Lisa?
This year.
No, he's asking what we're
That's what I mean,
saving
I'm sorry.
this year, and it's probably somewhere between 50 and 70,000. I'm trying
So
See, if by
between, I don't
any
need
chance I have
specifics.
it
My
in
question is, if we have, as a council before us, $50,000 to $70,000 to allocate toward public safety in this town, which we had presented to us by Lieutenant Hayward, because he gave us the number. I don't need a specific number. I'm willing to swing 30 grand. How are we not able to include that without saying that we're spending the money for that trooper? If we're
So the-
saving that money.
Yeah, the money, at the end of the fiscal year, any unexpected funds goes into the unassigned fund balance. So if there were any, at the end of this fiscal year, if there's any savings, and there will be, on the trooper line, the savings will go into unassigned fund balance. They don't carry over to the next year on the same line, the savings go into unassigned fund balance. That assumes that those savings were not moved to other lines within the budget. Our charter allows the town manager to move up to 3% of any line within the budget without any approval of council, and council can approve moves within the budget of more than 3%.
So this fiscal year, Lisa, if we were to be adding a sergeant for this town for public safety, would we be spending the money if we had saved it through the end of this fiscal year?
So I believe you're asking is if the increase to a trooper, to moving from an administrative trooper to a sergeant for the current fiscal year would still be within the total budget for the current fiscal year. And I believe that based on Lisa's answer and Lieutenant Hayward's information, Town Manager Foley's information, the answer is still yes. We would be saving money in the current fiscal year. That doesn't impact the budget that's before us, but that is what's going on in the current fiscal year.
I just don't understand how we can sit before us all and say that we're gonna be paying for it. And we have a vacancy.
No, we have 4 resident troopers right now.
I was under the understanding that they needed, Lieutenant Hayward came in here and asked for a sergeant to be on the road for these young troopers. That's what I was on the understanding of. I am so ready to pass this budget, but the thing that really frustrates me is that, you know, we have counselors here saying that the society benefits from education, which I fervently agree with. But we need public safety in this town, and just throw that away when we have savings right before our face for it. I'm disappointed with. Everything else I agree with, that I'm disappointed with. You guys can take money, move money everywhere. This isn't just about the schools. I love that we're gonna support the senior center. I love that and by the way, this is a holistic budget now. We're gonna support the senior center, we're gonna support, I mean, we have some money going towards public safety now. I just would like to see it. I mean, I would like to see it in our town public safety, in our law enforcement, so.
Thank you. Council Buck.
So just to clarify, currently we have 4 resident troopers. I believe the newest addition was, Trooper Godwin, who is sitting in that 4th spot right now. And I pulled up the minutes from when Lieutenant Hayward was here. I believe in general, it was cost in a sergeant position would be an increase of 15,000. That's what was in the minutes, per year. I think how that looks, if we were to get a sergeant in, cost aside, I believe that would be a reduction of one of the current resident troopers that's now sitting there, and I believe all 4 of them are happy to be our resident troopers, so we'd have to eliminate one of those to put a sergeant in their place. And again, and I said this before, I don't know if that's even necessary. I mean, I think that every indication that we're perfectly safe with the 4 that we have right now, that there's no increased safety, if we added a sergeant. And so I can't see a benefit of adding that additional cost.
So I'm not against a sergeant necessarily, but is it all right with the chair if I ask like Brian to weigh in on that, the need versus the
Yeah. Okay, well, Lieutenant Hayward did come in here, did a good job. And the sergeant, that they want to put in here, and that I would agree to put in here, if you guys told me to put him in here, I'm sure is a great guy and has done a great job so far, here in, Troop C. That being said, I gave the job description of the sergeant. All of you have it. You were removing a trooper from patrol in our town. End of discussion. We have a supervisor in-house here to supervise 3 troopers. That means we only have 3 troopers on the road and a supervisor in here. My opinion, I want 4 troopers on the road. Our 4 resident troopers now currently have a sergeant. What the troop is suggesting is that they have their own personal sergeant. Span of control in police departments, generally accepted practice, is 1 sergeant per 6 to 7 officers. What adding a sergeant to us now would be is one sergeant per 3 officers, which in any police department would be looked at as overspending. Moreover, I sent you all the stats. The stats that we have, which are very crude. By all indications, crime is down. Our town is a lot safer than it was 10 years ago. I was a sergeant for many years in a standard police department. And the role of the sergeant is much different. I think what's impactful here is, I love the fact of having a supervisor. They already have one. I don't love the fact of a personal supervisor. But we lose a patrol trooper in town here. We lose that. I'm against it, but if you tell me to do it paces, I'll make it work. And Sergeant King's a great guy. And he'd be certainly one of the ones applying, and we can make it work, but I just don't think it's smart. Also, each of these 4 resident troopers, they're going to age. And when, as troopers gain seniority, they gain money. These numbers are going to go up for certain. It's contractual. We should enjoy the years of lower pay because they're gonna go up. The sergeant is gonna cost more than the most senior trooper we've ever had here, Trooper Eklund, by $15,000. I don't know one person that can say the town's gonna be safer taking a trooper off the road and putting a sergeant down there. So, personal opinion, that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Moran, you still have the floor.
All set.
Are there further comments on the amendment before us? I appreciate, working through these numbers. We're asking for a considerable reduction in services on one side of the budget and not on the other. Not comfortable with that. Then I'm not comfortable with this. Further comments? Okay, Councilman Murray?
You know, since I seconded and then to my motion, should make some sort of statement. You know, be honest, I don't love the suggestion, you know, I think that 400,000 is, and we need to do a bit more. I'd like to see a sergeant as well, you know, but at the end of the day, I also understand that we've got to get something out to referendum. And that's never gonna happen if we don't compromise. So, given your suggestions, Colleen, I'd like to get something through that can get through, and if this is a step that helps us get in that direction, I'm willing to take it. As far as public safety goes, I still would like a sergeant. I wanna keep working with Brian to get some better crime data. And continue to have that discussion. I think that's critical. And we'll spend the rest of the year seeing what other options we have at our fingertips. I don't think the conversation needs here tonight. But this budget discussion does, you you know, at least for what we have. So. You have the floor.
Yeah, something really quick.
Please.
I agree with that. I just, going forward with this council, we're gonna spend a lot of time together. We need more troopers. We have 2 roving RSOs for 4 schools. That is not enough. You guys are so excited. Or is it 2 or is it 1, Brian? Am I wrong?
Yes,
Might be less.
we have none
We have none.
budgeted, but we don't have any.
And I don't, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, really blow this up here and light my boots on fire, but that scares me. All 4 schools and the good education, but we need more public safety in these towns, especially for these schools. You go down south anywhere, you have you are meted at the door by a school resource officer in every school. We have none. I yield the floor.
So I hear where Counselor, Noonan is coming from. I just wanna, so are there no resource officers budgeted? Is that a town side budget or is that a Board of Ed side budget? Do we know?
The Board of Ed budget, he budgets for 2 SROs. They're having an impossible time filling it. It's been something that, the superintendent and I discuss all the time. This week, he met with, a consultant on school security, very well-respected, former police officer consultant on school security. And he's considering a lot of things, and combinations, but it's something I'm on, I would say I have a lot to lose as well, and I find the school security is important to me. But he's looking to make some, moves to enhance school security. I don't like to say too much, so it's budgeted, it should be. He's gonna do the best he can with it, and I'm watching. Previous administrations had that SRO idea. Retired cops just don't want that job the way it was framed. It's just unattractive and it couldn't be filled. Anytime we filled it, we lost it to them getting a better job.
So.
So I'm good, boss. Go ahead.
You're good? Hey, Councilor, are you okay?
I just have one follow-up question. So it would get budgeted in the Board of Ed for the resource officers, you know. Who are the resource officers? Do they come from the state police? They're retired police officers, you said?
They're retired sworn police officers
Okay.
under post. They're essentially constables of the town supervised by a resident trooper.
Okay,
But we haven't had one filled in, I would say, 1.5 years or so,
okay,
ish.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
Councilor.
They do not have to be retired, though, correct? They can be.
No,
they
no,
can
no,
be-
I'm sorry, correct.
Okay.
We.
So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that what is appealing to someone who's been battered and bruised on the road for 5 years and seeing death and drugs and everything else that a police officer deals with is getting off the road and protecting our school, our children in school. So we need another police officer here. We need 4 in our schools as far as my standard goes. So that is an attractive job for someone that has been beaten down on the road for years to step into a nice calm milieu in a school, to involve themselves in community policing and involve themselves in the school and furthermore protect our school and our residents. So it's something I think we should work on in this town.
Just a point of clarification, the school resource officer is not paid out of the town budget. It is part of the Board of Education budget and is included in the budget that is before us for the Board of Education.
That's correct, and moreover, I don't even have a say
Sure.
in what their security is. Walt, as a courtesy, comes to me now and we discuss it often.
Might be something good to get from me going forward. Would you agree?
It seems like you
Yeah.
would really like to talk about it, yes?
Absolutely.
Yes,
I was just gonna add, you know, because I do agree it's a concern, and the tougher part is that the Board of Ed is not within our jurisdiction, but I will say, you know, as Katie and I liaisons to the Board of Ed, and we, you know, talk about areas of joint concern to try to bring it to the larger forums of the group so we can maybe work together. It's certainly a topic that we can bring up and, you know, can't promise obviously that we can come up with solutions as a council, but I certainly agree it's something that we should at least explore.
Sure.
Yep.
I would also say that cutting the Board of Ed funding is not gonna help make that job any more attractive on the Board of Ed side.
I think mine's part question, her comment. Are we talking about school resource officers? Are we talking about police officers right now?
It's the same thing, designation and within the school.
I think what Alex wants to do is have, if I may,
Sure, go
I
ahead.
think what he's suggesting is having, some schools have troopers as SROs, so you pull a trooper off the road and you put him in the school. The reason we've never done that here in town is the cost.
Sure.
When you could get an SRO or an armed security person much cheaper than actually pulling a trooper off.
Okay.
Is that accurate, Alex? When you say pulling somebody off the
Anything.
road, you may
Anything.
a trooper and putting them in,
Anything.
and there are schools that do that.
I guess the reason I was asking is because generally the SROs come out of the Board of Ed budget, which is something we don't control.
Sure.
We
control the total line, but how they spend their money.
Yeah, so again,
is up to them. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we can't even direct them how to spend their money.
exactly.
No, that's true. We cannot direct them. All we do is set the total dollar for Board of
Good
Ed.
point. Don't have to come out of the troop. When I was in school, I had a trooper in my school, in high school, sitting in the office. That's no longer here. That's especially now in this environment, that is not okay. So that's where I'm at with it. A snake oil deal through Board of Ed and then
Oh,
not being able
I'm
to-
sorry, I'm just gonna,
an
I
unknown
have the
deal
board,
through
too.
that
Point of
would be challenging. Thank you.
thank you for your patience, Council.
Sorry.
I agree, school safety is huge. I have two in the school system currently, and I have two more to come. And given the number of school shootings and incidents that have involved schools, it's definitely something a parent thinks about, unfortunately. I just don't know if it's an appropriate conversation at the moment, unless there was something else being proposed, but I think discussing school resource officers is that's not our jurisdiction.
That's absolutely our jurisdiction.
So I think the clarification is, and perhaps I can help get to the bottom of this. And maybe you don't know Town Manager Foley, but, has the school resource officer always been under the Board of Ed budget? Or has this been something that in the past the town has paid for and we've moved it to the Board of Ed for them to pay for?
As far as I've always known it, and that's, going back a handful of years.
Yeah.
It's always been under, the Board of
The
Education.
Board of Education.
Under us, as far as school security, we've spent a lot of money.
Sure.
You've all approved
Some
capital improvements.
Yes.
Since I've been here, every security that we've asked, you had the previous council and you have approved. And I thank you, but those are physical. And I concur, with Alex, it's something we need to explore moving forward and on trust that I am. And Dr. Willet's, thankfully open to it. And, he's on it now. He had a meeting this week, with a consultant at my suggestion. He took it and he's gonna make some improvements. I'm certain of it.
So, I'm just spinning an idea, but I think, I'll take it as my own idea. If the town decided to, could we assign one of our troopers to be a school resource officer and pay for that.
Point of
officer.
information, can we just get through the budget instead of discussing how we're gonna operate our school system? Because it's not our issue, let's just get through the budget so we can go home.
Well, the
You guys
question,
have me for about 5 more minutes and then I'm heading home, and you can wait till I get home to put me back on.
the question before us is about troopers. And that's the question I am inquiring about. And the amendment directly dealt with troopers. I believe it is germane. Can we assign one of our troopers to be a school resource officer?
I believe so, but I would absolutely want to consult with the board of ed on that.
Sure. Okay, did that answer your question, Counselor Noonan?
I don't really have a question, I'm just making I'm asking this council going forward, this is something that we need to do. And it should not be overstepped, I don't have a question, I don't have a motion, this needs to be looked into, and I do not want it swept under the rug, that's why, it's a public comment,
Okay,
and I would like to finish the budget.
okay. So again, we have an amendment from Counselor Yudichak. Pardon? Yes, yes. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I'm happy to read it out loud before discussion, after discussion. Okay, so the amendment before us is to remove from the motion the addition of a sergeant, the addition of a public works laborer, reduce the EMT stipend to 2,500, and keeps the senior center $500 programming increase. It also, that's the change, that's the amendment change. The amendment change also includes changing the reduction to Board of Ed to $400,000. And no other changes from the motion. And that equals or calculates out to a mill rate increase of 3.8%. We, without further discussion, shall do a roll call vote. Counselor Buckler,
Aye.
Counselor Moran,
Aye.
Counselor Noonan,
No.
Counselor Shay,
Nay.
Counselor Yudichak. Aye. Counselor Murray.
Aye.
And also an aye, so that passes 5-2. The amendment passes. We have a motion before us. Is there further discussion on the motion? I will.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think we're getting closer. I think we're closer than we've ever been tonight. And I think we have Counselor Yudichak to thank for that. I do believe that there's still room to tweak this budget. But I think we're very close to getting there. And I really would like to see maybe, considering some additional funding, to offset some of these cuts to Board of Ed. I think there is some wiggle room with the unassigned fund balance. I will say, Colleen, I agree with a lot that you said tonight, and I will say thank you for doing that. But I believe we aren't 100% there yet. I think there could be some additional discussion.
Thank you. Counselor Murray.
I feel that we need to vote on this as amended. That is all.
Any other comments?
I mean, what I'm struggling, and I'm just thinking through right now, you know, it still results in more cuts than I would like to have. So that, I guess I'm thinking through that at the moment.
Any thoughts on what that means?
Not at the moment. I don't think anything else to say.
I'm sorry, what did I just say? Okay,
Councilor Buckley?
say the last thing you just said. I
Um,
wasn't joking about that. part.
No,
He's tired.
yeah, no, I'm trying to, it still results in more cuts than I am comfortable with, and I'm trying to work through that, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Excellent. I agree. And I, like I said before, I think I would like to utilize some more of the unassigned fund balance to offset some of the proposed cuts to Board of Ed. I think we can, and I have a strong suspicion, I don't believe we have touched that in any amendment, correct?
That's correct.
And it's currently standing at what?
300,000 as proposed by the town manager.
Sorry, this is the unassigned, or,
I'll yield the floor to anyone who has a suggestion as to a number, but I believe that we can increase those. Utilizing those funds.
So I'd like to propose an amendment to reduce the town side by 200,000. Move that 200,000 to the Board of Ed side for a total Board of Ed reduction of 200,000. Use 300,000 from additional 300,000 from fund balance for a mill rate increase of 3.11%.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Absolutely. So,
We just
Can I
need to be filibustering this entire.
excuse me, you do not have the floor. I am,
This is
no,
ridiculous.
I'm sorry, you guys are all, no, I am going to repeat the motion, which has been made and seconded. The motion is,
I'm going home. I'll be back.
sure, thank you. The motion before us
We
is
have to wait
to,
for Joe to go home.
He's gonna go, we'll.
he said
we'll
he
do
might be
this.
back on.
We'll do it for 21 minutes till he gets on, you know, Alex.
The motion before us is to reduce the town government side by an additional 200,000 from Jacob's motion, which is a total town reduction of 229,500. The motion does not change what just passed, which includes an additional 2,500 for EMT stipends, $500 for senior center programming within the available funds left on the town side. The motion changes the overall Board of Ed reduction to $200,000 less than the town manager's proposed budget. And adds $300,000 in addition from fund balance to a mill rate increase of 3.11. Just to confirm, Counselor Buckler, you're comfortable with seconding that motion now that I've clarified it?
I am.
Thank you.
Sorry, Katie, I'm so tired. I can't even keep up right now. So what are we doing? Are we cutting? I just wanna know, are we cutting from the town side right now?
The motion is to amend the budget, Jacob's motion, and it would cut from the town side $229,500. Yes. Which is a percentage change on the town side to a 2.75% increase
So I gotta ask, town manager Foley, so 229,000 of the town, how many staff members would that be?
I'd have to look at it, and get together with Lisa, but that's
That's like 3 or 4.
111,000 is a lot,
Yeah, it's like a
Um,
few people
so,
on a very skim as well. Jeez.
I don't really agree with that.
It's like an eye for an eye, that's what it is.
right.
Kate, can I ask a question?
Hold on, Counselor Yudichak has the floor, so let's just, are you?
No, it's an eye for an eye. You're willing to skim back because you want more on the Board of Ed. I mean, it's unfortunate, but this is where we're at, but come on. You're okay with 3 or 4 people getting laid off?
No, actually, I'm not okay with that.
Yeah,
But it's
well-
already happening on the Board of Ed side.
Okay, come on, this is.
If we
This is-
could please
This is,
maintain.
that's what I mean, it's an, I
Would
would wait, I got the
maintain
floor, you said.
decorum, and
You
and I'm asking you, right, to maintain decorum, please. Thank you.
For the record, it's an eye for an eye.
Counselor Buckler, you had a question.
I'll yield to Councilor Murray. Thank you. Question.
I'm absolutely against using any more fund balance than has already been suggested. So I am hard no.
I would like to call a recess. I need a
break. Sure. There's a motion for recess and a second. Is there any discussion?
The discussion quickly is that I have to be at work in 5 hours, just so everyone knows.
Yeah. Okay. Is there all in favor of a recess?
Aye.
Aye. That is unanimous. I will call us back for recess, and I wish to withdraw my motion. Jen, you seconded. Are you okay with me withdrawing my motion?
Yes.
So we have a motion before us, an amended motion before us.
Is it, it's mine, I'm sorry.
I think it's my,
You're amended.
yeah, my amended motion that's been amended by Chris.
Yes, yes.
I like to call the question.
We have a motion.
Could you just reiterate what that means?
Thank
So
you.
everyone is
Yeah.
on the right. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
absolutely. But first we have a motion to call the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which requires a second.
Second,
And because we are now hybrid, we will do a roll call vote. This vote is simply to call the question, which means the next action after we vote, if it passes, would be to vote on the motion before us with no more discussion. Alex, sorry. Counselor Noonan, Counselor Shay,
Yes.
Counselor Yudichak,
yes.
Counselor Moran,
Yes.
Counselor Buckler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Murray.
Yes.
I am a no. That motion passes. The multiple amended motion before us is, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna. Okay. It's right here, sorry. It's for the town government line. I'm reading right off our packet, guys. The town government line goes to 14,114,908. The Board of Ed line goes to 44,671,148. The debt service line remains unchanged at 5,376,489.
No, I listened. They didn't, that didn't change.
Yeah.
The capital line remains unchanged at 397,395. for a total of 64,559,940. That is those are the totals. However, there's a little bit more to that. This includes making a change within the town government line. We are directing the town manager to add $2,500 for an ENT stipend and $500 for senior center programming within that budget.
Can you repeat the second thing, the EMT and then what was the other thing?
A $500
Oh, yes.
increase to senior center programming.
Thank you.
In addition, the general fund balance applied will include, as the town manager proposed, $300,000 from fund balance and $200,000 from municipal tax stabilization. So the motion reads, I'm gonna start with now, therefore, be it resolved by the Tolland Town Council that it hereby adopts an FY 24-25 town operating capital budget in the amount of $64,559,940 to be appropriated as follows, with the amounts I already outlined. Said appropriations shall require an increase to a mill rate of 38.75. I can math that really quick, sorry. This minus this, the mill rate increase of 1.42 for a mill rate of 38.75 or 30.80% increase.
What?
That is the motion before us. Do we need to wait for Lisa to confirm that?
I'd like to, is that okay?
Lisa, can you confirm that for us?
Yes, I need a couple minutes. I'm working on it, but I need to make sure the total amount, fund balance is staying at the use of 300,000 and the municipal stabilization is going up to 200,000 instead of 78, correct?
Yes.
Okay, give me a minute or two. I'm gonna work quickly.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give it my homework. I'm just using
A point of information, can I just ask a clarification question? How much in that proposal was the Board of Ed amount?
The Board of Ed total was 44,671,148, which is $400,000 less than the town manager's proposed budget. Does
Okay,
that
thanks.
answer your question?
Yes, it
It's a
does. Thanks.
3.91% increase to the Board of Ed over last year.
Okay, thank you.
I know, I lost it too when I was writing on the back of it.
She even Chris took a picture of his. Yeah, you take this out.
I have it here too, Jacob, if you're interested.
Oh.
Your handwriting is just a little bit neater.
Mine is?
Yes.
That's Chris's writing.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I just asked you.
You can copy Katie's if it's easier to read.
I have it on a
This isn't
screen
even
too, if that
100%
helps.
sure.
No, the numbers were, I'm just saying.
Good.
That's
Just Jacob's numbers last mine.
Well, they better. Yes, they do.
Okay, good.
I don't know who's this was there.
I have a pen, another pen if you need one.
Or Lisa, this week, I understand the pens from her. Look at her. She's like, yes, you do. Can't believe how many they did that.
Lisa's down.
As I'm like, 80, what's the math again? 50 plus 50.
I need to use my calculator to do math right now, so.
Okay, just to make sure. This is what I have, okay? We have town operating budget, 14,114,908.
Yes.
Board of Education budget, 44,671,148.
Yeah.
Debt, 5376489, and capital, 397,395. Total budget, 64,559,940. Mill rate of 38.74. And 3.78% tax increase.
What's the total mill number increase?
1.41 mils.
Okay,
And the overall expenditure budget is 4.89% increase.
or 3,800,583.
Correct. And I could send this to you, all of you, if you'd like. It's up to you.
Yes, please.
Yes.
So I'm not, yeah.
On its way.
Okay. Are there any questions about the motion? Do you want me to read it again? Are we good? You're good.
Yes.
Okay, so we are gonna do a roll call vote on the town council budget that is before us. Counselor Noonan,
Yes.
Counselor Shay,
Give me 1 sec. Nay.
Counselor Yudichak. Counselor Moran,
Nay.
Counselor Buckler.
Okay.
Counselor Murray,
Yes.
I'm a no, that motion fails.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to add the sergeant back in. Reduce the board of ed, $50,000 more. I would like to, leave 2,500 to, the stipends in the ambulance category, $500 to the senior center, and what it was before I had. Something I had last time, don't know.
I'm sorry, yeah.
The 100, so 200 from the tax miscellaneous. Thank you, so that was, I think, what was it we had? We had,
200,000 from taxes.
200.
Yep.
Yeah, and then, what did I have at the, on the sign? Go ahead.
300 as the town manager's budget.
Yeah.
So your motion changes the motion we just had by reducing Board of Ed by additional $50,000 and adds the sergeant back in to the town government line.
Second that motion?
Motion was made and seconded.
I'd like to make a motion to call a question on that motion.
So motion to call the question?
Second.
Any discussion? I don't think, I'm troubled by calling the question without any discussion on the budget before us.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? So the motion is to call the question. Counselor Noonan?
Yes.
Counselor Shay?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
Call the question. The motion is to call the question.
And I guess I don't follow. What is the question?
The motion is to vote immediately on the proposed, on the motion before us. So the motion is to vote immediately with no discussion.
Oh, okay. So we're not voting for the number, we're just voting to vote immediately?
Yes.
On the amendment, Joe, that.
No, it's not the amendment, it's a motion.
It's just a motion to move forward, but not vote yet, just to move forward on the,
Next motion, the next action will be an immediate vote with no discussion.
so we're just voting to vote. We're voting to not have a discussion. Is that my understanding?
That is, there has been no discussion on the motion, and there would be no discussion if this motion passes. That is correct.
Okay, aye.
Counselor Yudichak. Aye. Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Buckler.
No.
Counselor Murray.
Aye.
I'm a nay, that motion passes. So the motion before us is for a town operating and capital budget in the amount of $64,509,940. Town government, $14,114,908. Board of Ed, $44,621,148. Debt service as proposed by the town manager, capital as proposed by the town manager's budget, for again, a total of $64,509,940. Lisa,
Yes.
are you getting the same total I am?
64,509,940.
That's correct.
That's what I have.
What's the mill number increase?
Give me a minute. I need to calculate it.
While she's calculating, I would just say the nuance of this motion. Put this, includes a sergeant, as well as $2,500 in EMT stipends and a $500 increase in the senior center program budget all within the town government budget.
Okay, I just need to make sure I've got this correct. We're still keeping the 500,000, 300 from fund balance, 200 from stabilization, correct?
Yes,
All right, just want to make sure. And so it's 64,509,940. The mill rate would be 38.7. That's a 1.37 mill increase for a 3.67% tax increase.
okay. So we are immediately voting. Counselor Noonan?
Yes.
Counselor Shay?
Sorry, nay.
Counselor Yudichak?
Yes.
Counselor Moran?
Nay.
Counselor Buckler?
Yay.
Counselor Murray?
Yes.
I am a no, that motion fails.
Okay.
Can I ask Lisa a question?
Yep.
Oh, Lisa, how would we get to a 3.5? Without any reductions, on the town side? Like,
I would need a little bit of time to figure that out. Let me just play with some numbers here.
There's a lot of different ways to get there.
Yeah,
Right,
so-
I mean, if you're talking on just straight expenditure reductions. Let me try something here. I'm getting close. I'm at a 353. Hold on. You would have to either reduce another 75,000 from somewhere or find another 75,000 in revenue. Or a combination of something.
Like to vote
The
motion.
net impact is 75,000 to get to a 3.50% tax increase.
Thank you. Counselor Buckler?
Correct my wording if I get it wrong. I'd like to recall, thank you. Ms. Yudichak's original motion,
Which is what now?
which was, God help me,
I got it.
I don't
Or the
know.
break.
Thank you.
After she went through.
Is
Yeah.
that what called?
The first motion that she's recalling the first motion after the recess.
Oh, so that one was.
64,559,940.
The one that.
increase of 1.41 mils for a mill rate of 38.74 or 3.78%. That's the motion you wish to recall. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
That is without the sergeant, correct?
I'm sorry.
Chris?
Chris, second, does not include the sergeant. It does include the 2,500 EMT stipend, 500 for senior center within the town government line.
And what was the vote count for the original proposed amendment that Katie made, or that Colleen made, God knows when?
So the motion that failed was 3-4,
3-4, which way?
failed.
So.
3-4, no. Oh, so
Okay.
4 people voted no, 3 people voted yes.
So,
Who voted no?
yes,
Counselor Shay, Counselor Moran, Counselor Buckler, Counselor Stargarter.
and we're redoing that motion now as if it's gonna pass again.
The motion has been recalled.
Can I make a second?
Counselor Moran already seconded it. Sorry. Sorry about that. So with no further
I
discussion,
would ask to not be called on first for my vote. I'd like to have the other council proceed.
sure, Counselor Shay.
So what is the revised rate again? Point of information, sorry.
For town government, 14,114,908. Board of Education, 44,671,148. Debt service and capital as town manager budget for a total expenditure of $64,559,940 for a mill increase of 1.37 mils, mill rate 38.74 or 3.78% increase.
Okay, I'm a nay.
Counselor Hughes.
Aye.
Counselor Murray.
Yes.
Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Buckler. Aye. Counselor Noonan.
Doesn't matter.
Yes.
I am a nay. That motion passes 4-3. I know it's really exciting, but we have one more resolution we need to pass. So the ballot wording is exactly, with the numbers changed, the ballot wording is exactly the same as it was last year. Shall the town of Tolland propose 2024 to 2025 budget of $64,559,940, reflecting a spending increase of $3,008,583 or 4.89%, which requires an estimated tax rate of, I can't read my writing, 38.74 mils for an increase of 1.41 mils or 3.78% be adopted, yes, no. We are also setting the time and place for the referendum per normal at the library, May 7th, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. The town manager's designee shall place the required legal ad. We're gonna have a annual budget presentation, and we tell the town manager, we authorize them to prepare and print explanatory text, yada, yada, yada. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Yes. I move the question.
Well, hold on one second.
Oh, what?
Is there a second to
Second.
approve this?
Second.
Second by Alex. Is there any discussion about the resolution that's before us? With no discussion.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Counselor Noonan.
Yes.
Counselor Shay.
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
Counselor Yudichak.
Aye.
Counselor Moran.
Aye.
Counselor Buckler.
Aye.
Counselor Murray.
Yes.
I am also a yes, that passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is adjournment. Is there objection to adjournment? No. Any objection? No objection. Without objection, we. Thank you.
We'll just stay to the next one.
Thanks, Alex.
Like I thought, Brian's office.